701. When the old scholar was sent out of the fifth world by Bai Yi, it was the 3rd year of Zhechuan. The old Xiuzai paid a visit to Bai Zhe and returned to the Central Plains Confucian Temple in the 4th year of Zhechuan. When the old Xiuzai came to the capital of the Li dynasty in the middle of the Baoping continent and reunited with his former first disciple, it was already the beginning of spring in the 5th year of Zhechuan. Willows rustled, flowers bloomed, orioles flew, children left school early, and kites flew high in the sky. The warm spring scenery eased the old scholar's frown. He asked Cui Dong if he had any ideas about the name of the fifth world. Cui Dong said no. Cui Dongshan, who was following behind the two, had some ideas. Unfortunately, the old scholar did not ask him. He only said that the Confucian temple wanted to name it with the word rules, but the sage of rites did not agree. He said that rules were like a spring breeze and did not need to be written on paper. The 100 schools of thought each had their own ideas. For example, the school of Yin and Yang, the school of agriculture, and several other ancestors proposed Taoyuan. There were many who agreed with them. It was a beautiful name and could let people remember the great merit of the Confucian school for opening up a new world. Moreover, there was a peach tree in the southeast of the new world. It only bloomed but did not bear fruit. It had been a long time, but when Bai Yi brandished his sword and separated the world, it immediately bore fruit. However, the quasi-sage still rejected the proposal. Therefore, the fifth world still did not have a proper name. Cui Dongshan sneered, "Can a place of peace and tranquility be considered a real Taoyuan? I don't believe that there are many people in the fifth world who can be at ease. Once the situation stabilizes and they gain a foothold, they will enjoy a few days of blissful life. Then, they will definitely settle the score with those from the Tongye continent. They will start with their own families, cursing the Yugui sect and the Tongye sect for being trash for not being able to protect their homeland. Then, they will curse the Confucian temple in Central Plains. Finally, they will curse the Great Wall of Sword Qi as well. Although they don't dare to curse verbally, they don't dare to curse in their hearts. What kind of paradise is this place that is filled with foul air?" The old scholar nodded and said, "That's more or less what quasi-saint meant." Cui Dongshan immediately changed his mind and said, "Then let's call it paradise. I fully support this proposal. If it's not enough, I'll pull Brother Gao over to make up the numbers." The old scholar turned a deaf ear to him. Strange, when Cui Dong traveled to the shabby alley years ago, he did not seem to have such a temper. Before Cui Dong left, the old scholar handed over the natal word that he had borrowed from the Grand Chancellor of the Record of Rites Learning Palace to Cui Dong. Cui Dong did not refuse. The old Xiuzai said that the word mountain was borrowed by me. Cui Dong nodded. The meaning of the old scholar's words was that whether or not he would return the natal word, when he would return it, and how he would return it were all the old scholar's business. It had nothing to do with Cui Dong and Dolly. After Cui Dong left, Cui Dongshan swaggered to the old scholar's side and asked in a low voice, "If the old bastard doesn't return the mountain word, are you going to use the merit of creation to make up for the lineage of the sage of rites?" Cui Dongshan had never doubted the old scholar's ability to clean up a mess. In the past, the lineage of the sage of literature had always been filled with the old scholar patching things up. He went around apologizing for his students or standing up for them. He was the kind of person who would jump up and down to reason with others. In Pei Qian's eyes, his little brother walked like a big white goose, with his 2 big sleeves swinging blindly. The answer was obvious as to who he had first learned from. There was an old man who was like an old hen, protecting its chicks with all his might. The old scholar cast a sidelong glance at the young man in white. This little bastard, no matter how he looked at him, was not pleasing to the eye. Cui Dongshan shrunk his neck and obediently called him Grandmaster. The teacher of the teacher, whose seniority was higher than the sky. Cui Dongshan walked sideways, holding the mountain walking stick in his hand and gently poking the ground, hinting to the old scholar that he was now his grand disciple. Even if he wanted to use words, he should not use force. Disciplining students was the responsibility of the master, not the grandmaster. Cui Dongshan said with righteous indignation, Cui Dong, this fellow, did not even fart from beginning to end. How disrespectful. Later, I will help you scold him a few more times. The old scholar said slowly, after all, you are two people. You should cherish it. I have taken you through so many mountains and rivers. You should understand that water of the same origin, after diverging, many rivers will disappear just like that. You must have a long history. Cui Dongshan pecked at the rice like a little chick. In addition to the endless stream and the reflection of the clear and deep pool, one must learn from Grandmaster to be indomitable and not be destroyed by the wind and rain. In this way, even if there is a feeling of passing away is like passing away, there is nothing to be afraid of. Every place is a place for future generations to rest at ease and travel further and further with peace of mind. The old scholar smiled knowingly. The atmosphere of Luopa mountain was indeed led astray by you. However, after the reflection of the clear and deep pool, to be calm and collected in thought, was indeed a very good saying. Among the direct disciples, Shao Qi and Shao Ping'an were both worthy. Cui Dongshan said sickly, since the teacher said so, and Grandmaster thinks so, then so be it. The old scholar asked softly, what about Luopa mountain? The question was rather random, but Cui Dongshan immediately understood. He walked a few steps closer and answered softly, reporting to Patriarch, we are still short of money, but our family's wealth is getting thicker and thicker. Consecrator Zhou Fei is more generous. The quality of the lotus root blessed land did not decrease but increased. Mr. also brought back a long-lived Dao friend from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She is the ancestor of the gold and copper coins in the world. She is a manifestation of fortune. She is in our Aquarius continent, and came to Luopa mountain. She came to the right place. Moreover, in Lotus Root blessed land, there is a female spirit born from the condensation of literary qi. Now, our Luopa mountain has both literary and financial qi. The old scholar raised his chin. Cui Dongshan immediately said, Brother De Feng has already gone. Pure martial artists of the Golden Body realm are not allowed to enter the New World. This is a good rule. The old scholar nodded and said, scholars do not need to be ashamed to talk about money, and also do not need to be ashamed to profit. It is as if earning some money with one's own ability is not refined. Honor and disgrace are great. A gentleman loves money, first righteousness and then profit. Cui Dongshan asked curiously, then the fifth world, is there a lot of good fortune now? The old scholar nodded and said, like that peach tree, it is a great fortune that can be ranked in the top 10. Bai is also there. He hastily built a temporary cottage and left the immortal sword there. He wants to repay the debt of lending the sword to Daoist son of the Dashian-Du temple. Bai also wants to wait for a certain Daoist of the Dao sect sword immortal lineage. Once the person returns the immortal sword, Bai will return to the vast world. Therefore, no one dares to snatch this cottage. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, the Taoists of the Beko Keikyung building are in groups. It is better if we all go head first. Of course, the old scholar had been there as a guest. The unique peach tree with deep roots was actually not very conspicuous. It was no different from a mountain peach tree. At first glance, it did not have any auspicious signs. However, the old scholar and Bai could even separate heaven and earth. Naturally, their eyesight was not comparable to that of an ordinary deity. Bai had also contributed greatly. Not to mention one peach blossom tree, even if there were 10 of them, he would be able to move them to wherever he wanted. Bai also kept his sword and began to read. The peach trees in the cottage gradually bore fruit. The flowers between the trees were a low-grade immortal sword. When scholars occasionally travel, they would leave a long sword behind to guard their home. The old scholar picked up a big bag of peach petals under the tree and said that he would use it to make wine. He also asked paper by to make dozens of peach blossom letters. The old scholar also secretly grabbed a few handfuls of soil beside the tree. It was indeed 10,000-year-old soil. It was rare and would be useful to his last disciple in the future. Therefore, the old scholar took more. Of course, the old scholar had informed his master by beforehand. He asked loudly if he could do this. At that time, there was no response from the cottage. The old scholar took it as Bai Ye's brother being loyal and agreed. In fact, Bai Ye only returned from his travels a few days after the old scholar left. At that time, the scholar looked at the clean peach tree and then looked up at the tree. In the end, there was Bai Ye's sword that sent him off. Of course, the old scholar's words at the Central Plains Confucian Temple were actually Bai Ye sending himself out of the country. At the birth of heaven and earth, he was the first to reach the pure jade realm. The first to reach the immortal realm, the first to kill a strange cultivator. He was favored by the heavenly axiom. The first to reach the immortal realm, the first to reach the immortal realm or the peak realm. He was protected by the martial arts fate. The first to build the ancestral hall, burn incense, and hang statues on the top of the mountain. The first to build a secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain. The first to be born in a new world. The first to form a contract in that world. They were both immortal couples of the middle 5 realms. He was blessed by humanity. In short, in the boundless world, the 3 talents were gathered together. Cui Dongshan was suddenly worried. My senior sister Pei Qian broke through the 6th and 7th realms too quickly. In the North Continent, she stupidly gave up the strongest 2 realms. If she reached the peak realm early in the immortal realm, she would definitely have to go to the Fuyao continent. That place is even more chaotic than the stagnant Tongye continent. I am worried. The old scholar asked, have you been to the Qingming world? Cui Dongshan asked when he already knew the answer. I am not an ascendant realm cultivator. Have you? It was all that old bastard's fault for being so persistent. He was used to being a pushover. Cui Dongshan realized that it was not good to talk to his grandmaster like that. He immediately made up for it. Neither grandmaster nor teacher has been there. How would I dare to go first? The old scholar did not mind Cui Dongshan's disrespect. He was not a narrow-minded person. He recorded it in his account book and borrowed it from Pei Qian when he went to the immortal realm. The old scholar looked up at the sky. The Confucian sage who guarded this place was ranked last in the Confucian temple. That was why the 3rd chief of the Beko Keikyung building, Lu Qin, joked that he was 72. The old scholar walked slowly and said, not only in the Qingming world, our Haoran world is almost the same. In every Taoist temple, the first hall is the hall of the spiritual official. The statue of the great spiritual official is indeed majestic and imposing. When I first went on a long journey, I traveled to a small temple in my hometown. It left a deep impression on me. Even though I later gained some fame and title, when I looked at other magnificent sights, it was not as shocking as it was back then. Cui Dongshan knew what the old scholar meant and said, so Grandmaster asked Pei Qian to stay by your side for this reason. To make you feel like you have been observing Taoist temples all your life. With Pei Qian by your side, it will be natural. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally and you will be closer to Shini. In the Qingming world, there were 4 great heavenly masters. Each of them was mysterious and had supernatural powers. However, they did not cultivate in the Beko Keikyung building. Instead, they were responsible for guarding the world. There was a story about one of them and the head of the spiritual official. According to the records of many Taoist scriptures, it was said that before the spiritual official attained Tao, he killed many people and was punished by a great heavenly master. After that, the great heavenly master beat the heavenly drum, and the chief of the Beko Kaikyung building ordered him to follow the great heavenly master and travel the world secretly for 300 years. He promised that if the great heavenly master made a mistake, he would change their positions. In the end, the great heavenly master did not make a single mistake in his words and deeds during the 300 years. The old scholar laughed. Didn't Pei Qian also become kind? Is this not important? Do you think that if it were not for the teachings of my last disciple, Pei Qian would be the Pei Qian of today? The old scholar patted his chest. If I can have peace of mind, the world will benefit. Why not? The old scholar said earnestly, achievements and knowledge are good, but are they good enough? I don't think so. If I only said 3 things, would I be able to get the Grand Chancellor to lend me his words? Would I be able to get Mr. Bai to take out the mountain-searching map? Would I be able to let the world have another girl of the far travel realm who is kind and shuns evil? As a scholar, I can't just sit back and relax just because I've done a good enough job. If the world dares to ask for even a little more from me, I'll spit at the world and curse them for being stupid and heartless. The old scholar scratched his head. I pinched my neck and coughed a few times, then spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Damn it, it's still a little disgusting. He was talking about the matter of smashing the idol. He remembered that there was a scholar in the Shao Yuan dynasty who was particularly enthusiastic. Actually, the old scholar was talking about 2 different things, but Cui Dongshan was smart enough to understand both. One was the pursuit of the legitimate affairs of the world, while the other was the grumbling of his own family behind closed doors. The old scholar said, now that Pei Qian's realm is high, he is afraid of trouble, which is a good thing. Because his fists are too heavy and he is still young, he doesn't have to think about changing the world too early. The world, is nothing more than a common person's path. The old scholar casually stretched out his hand and pointed. A road full of mistakes may seem like a shortcut, but no matter how many people there are and how easy the road is, every teacher has to tell every child in the school that they can't take such a path. In the future, when the children grew up and had more strength, they might have to block that path and tell others that it was wrong. What was wrong was wrong. Then, they might be beaten black and blue by some people. If your knowledge can reduce the number of mistakes that fall on good people, that would be the greatest good. It would be very good. Cui Dongshan said unhappily, why are you telling me this and not Cui Dong? The old scholar didn't say anything. Only the great crossing water in front of their eyes flowed slowly. Cui Dongshan muttered to himself, learn from the wise. After a long silence, Cui Dongshan grumbled, let's go, let's go. The old scholar said, I'm going to meet a certain senior. That senior had once asked the most curious question since the beginning of time. He asked, since ancient times, who was the one who taught the Tao? Just this question alone was enough to make some lonely sages shed tears. The old scholar also had a high-spirited youth. One time, he got drunk and shouted, I'll answer it, I can answer it, on the great wall of Sword Aura. Beside him, he also asked his junior brother Chen Pingon to go against heaven. Cui Dongshan hesitated and said, can you not answer heaven's question? It was still a question, but it still didn't sound like a question. If he didn't answer, it would be fine as long as he kept it in his heart. The old scholar pulled his beard with one hand and patted his stomach with the other. It's been a long time, I have to get it out. Cui Dongshan asked curiously, did Qi Jingchen know that person was at the calligraphy lake? The old scholar shook his head and said, I only knew this secret after I merged with the Wei. In the early years, the old man hid it from me. The old scholar suddenly slapped Cui Dongshan's head. Little bastard, calling yourself an old bastard all day long, is it fun? Chui Dongshan's eyes were full of resentment. You said it yourself, it's two people after all. The old scholar slapped him again. How can you talk to your grandmaster like that? Ha! After being slapped, Chui Dongshan raised his hand to protect his head. That's enough. The old scholar suddenly said, first, there was a sage at the calligraphy lake who looked at the world coldly. Spirit, the god of words. Equal, the tone. Yen Jingping could rule, no more than heaven. He raised all things equally, no god on earth, so he was the most neutral and peaceful. Then, there was Bai who went to the country with his sword, traveling the world. I have an idea as to how the fifth world should be named. Fu Qingbai was straight to death, cementing the former sage's favor. Bai Ye's poetry was invincible, floating in the air. True Qingbai's spirit was vast and ethereal, like floating clouds in the sky. Chui Dongshan blinked. Good. The old scholar raised his hand and Chui Dongshan waved his hands wildly, blocking the slap. The old scholar withdrew his hand, stroking his beard and smiling proudly. How can the word good be enough? It's far from enough. So when it comes to naming, your husband has been taught. Chui Dongshan smiled mischievously. What about finding a wife? The old scholar rubbed his chin with his palm. That wasn't taught. Did you learn it by yourself? Chui Dongshan chuckled. If it was taught, there would be no chance. After the old scholar left, Chui Dongshan rode the wind to the sea of clouds and saw the GQ who had revealed her true form. She was walking majestically along the great desecration river. Halfway through the journey, she was covered in cuts and bruises, but her momentum was not a big problem. The old scholar first went to the calligraphy lake and saw an old man who was so close to water that he drowned himself. He was Laurel and had a thin appearance. His knowledge was not in the literature of the Confucian temple. The old scholar bowed with his hands clasped in front. The old man returned the greeting with ancient etiquette, which was not so orthodox. Then the old man brought the old scholar to a mountaintop. He had once been here with a haggard young man who was leading a horse. It was not easy for him to ask for some bamboo slips. The young man was young, but he was not easy to fool. The two of them had a dream question and answer session. Not asking heaven and earth, but asking one's own heart. The old man was silent for a long time and said, I'm disappointed in myself. I didn't do well enough, but I'm not so disappointed in the world. The old scholar nodded and smiled. Traveling with you, even if I can't catch up to you, I still feel honored. If I can eat 4 meat buns in Green Tong City, I'll have the strength to reason with others and continue on my journey. The old man said, I can open a mountain for the world, and I can make you shut your door. Not bad. The old scholar said happily, not bad, not bad. The old man sighed. I don't ask about the fickleness of human nature, but I hate myself for not touching books. The old scholar said, my eyes are bright and my heart is warm. Heaven has made me an old scholar. The old man smiled. Just like your disciple, you can chat. The old scholar shook his head. When it comes to chatting, everyone in the world is a junior. The old man said, except for heavenly inquiry, you don't have to say much. As for mountain ghost and wading the river, just take them. The old scholar hesitated. The old man said, the same goes for East Lord and evocation of spirits. The old scholar bowed again with his hands clasped in front. Previously it was a greeting, and this time it was a thank you. The old man sighed and disappeared, leaving only the 4 essays floating in the air. The old scholar put them in his sleeve and sighed. After that, the old scholar gave the 2 essays, Mountain Ghost and Wading the River, to Chui Dongshan, who was in charge of the great blasphemy. He then asked Cui Dongshan to give the East Lord to the medicine shop in the small town. After that, the old scholar only took the evocation of spirits and went all the way south to Old Dragon City. While the situation was dangerous, he sneaked to Tongya continent and helped Taiping Mountain to stabilize some of the mountains and rivers formation. Then he went to the Great Quan dynasty, where even the emperor had secretly fled. Outside the aquamarine palace by the buried river, the old scholar pulled his sleeves and stood there for a long time, but no one paid him any attention. The old scholar had no choice but to ask if the goddess of the buried river was there. A short woman swaggered to the door, holding the bottom of the big bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other. She sat on the doorstep and frowned. She looked at the old scholar whose cultivation she couldn't tell. Finally, she asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you know that the world is in chaos? My aquamarine palace can't protect anyone. Maybe I can't even protect myself. It's not that I'm stingy. You should go to Dafu Academy quickly. It's safer there." The old scholar had no choice but to tell her his name, saying that he was the teacher of Zhua Zhua and Chen Pingon. The goddess of the buried river felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her brain was in a mess, and her face was red. She was so stunned that she couldn't say a word. Like a drunkard, she slowly stood up and raised the big bowl above her head. She probably meant to invite Lord Wenxing to supper. After that, she accompanied old Master Wenxing, who said that it was difficult to refuse such great hospitality and would just sit for a while. Together, they returned to the Green Touring Palace's main hall in a daze. In a daze, she asked Chef Lu to bring old Master Wenxing a small saucer-sized bowl of noodles. Finally, somewhere in the middle of the Tongya continent, Zhua Zhua, who had left the territory of the Tongya sect, sat on the sea of clouds and guarded the door. The door was separated by two worlds. In the distance, Wang Shizi, a sword cultivator of the Golden Core realm, and a girl named Yu Xayan were helping a group of disciples of the academy and cultivators on the mountain to deal with the matter of escorting refugees from all over the place to seek refuge. There were a lot of things to do and it wasn't easy. Even if Wang Shizi was an idiot, he could tell that the girl had feelings for Senior Zhua. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to come here. Wang Shizi had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, which was similar to Chao Jun, the sword cultivator of the South Saw continent. He needed to break through the bottleneck by observing the sword. After all, Senior Zhua killed demons with his sword. Even if he looked at him from afar, it would be a great benefit to swordsmanship. However, when Senior Zhua knew that Miss Yu came here with him, he even patted him on the shoulder. At that time, the look in his eyes probably said that Senior Zhua thought that he, Wang Shizi, was enlightened. Today, Miss Yu asked him if he wanted to ask her about swordsmanship. Of course, Wang Shizi wouldn't be a fool anymore. He nodded and said yes. Then, he added that Senior Zhua's swordsmanship was not only the best in the world, but his Taoist skills were also extraordinary. Miss Yu, please don't miss this opportunity. Miss Yu glanced at him. Wang Shizi was so righteous that Miss Yu didn't glare at him again. In the end, when they arrived at the sea of clouds that Senior Zhua temporarily used as a place for cultivation, Wang Shizi sincerely asked Senior Zhua about swordsmanship and then left. He didn't forget to remind Senior Zhua that Miss Yu had some questions about her cultivation and wanted to ask Senior Zhua for advice. Senior Zhua shook his head and said that other than swordsmanship, he could barely teach others. Other than that, he didn't dare to talk about cultivation with anyone else. The secret method of the Tongyi sect's ancestral hall could reach the 5 realms. As long as Miss Yu cultivated step by step, there wouldn't be any problems. Miss Yu, who had just walked slowly towards the 2 sword cultivators, as if she was born under the feet of the clouds, immediately turned around and left. She had only taken a few steps when she hurriedly descended, hurriedly riding the wind back to the human world. Wang Shizhi followed Miss Yu from afar. When a woman was sad about something, she probably didn't want others to see it. However, Miss Yu seemed to have collected her emotions very quickly. She stopped at the same spot and didn't go to the Sea of Clouds or the human world. Only then did Wang Shizhi dare to approach her. Yu Axan raised her head and looked at the Sea of Clouds. She asked softly, "Is Mistress Wu unable to leave this place, but also wanting to return to the Great Wall of Sword Aura? Is that why you've been troubled?" Wang Shizhi nodded and said telepathically, "Senior's little apprentice brother, our hidden official, seems to have stayed there alone. That's why Senior's Wu wants to go there. However, it's indeed difficult for Senior's Wu to leave the Tongyi continent in its current state." Yu Axan muttered, "His swordsmanship is so high, but he's always troubled." He was in a dilemma. It was because he didn't know when he could go to the Great Wall of Sword Aura and fetch his little apprentice brother. She couldn't bear it. She didn't want to see that lonely figure that seemed to be forever alone in her eyes. She couldn't bear for him to leave one day and never return. There should be someone in the human world who didn't have to be troubled. There was an old scholar who went to the Sea of Clouds angrily. He came to the back of Zhuozhuo, who was sitting. Zhuozhuo was about to stand up when the old scholar slapped him on the head. "Are you an idiot? Sir didn't teach you how to find a wife, but Sir didn't teach you how to be a bachelor." Zhuozhuo was slapped by Sir again. He was confused. However, he had to get used to it. Jing Dafeng left his hometown early. His destination was clear. However, it was only until the 5th year of Jiachuan that he obeyed his master's orders. He didn't go to the blessed land of lotus roots. Instead, he slowly walked to the 5th world. This time, Jing Dafeng secretly left his hometown and traveled across continents. He followed the old man's instructions. The route was strange. He first went to the North Continent. He went to the small town at the foot of Lion Peak to find his senior and sister-in-law to eat and drink for a few days. For the first time, his sister-in-law didn't scold him. Instead, she spoke to him softly. This made Jing Dafeng feel sad. In the past, Jing Dafeng didn't think much of it. However, after seeing his sister-in-law like that, he felt that he was really pitiful. However, when Jing Dafeng was full of wine and food, he glanced at the empty courtyard outside the house and kindly asked his sister-in-law if she wanted him to help her chop some bamboo from the mountain and help her make a few strong clothes-drying poles to dry the clothes. Li Er was busy cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks and turned a deaf ear. If he didn't get scolded for a day, he wouldn't be her junior. The woman originally wanted to give him a good scolding. However, when she glanced at the bearded hunchback man who seemed to be much shorter, she was very abnormal. She didn't scold him and said that there was no need. She lowered her head and quickly walked out of the house. This made Jing Dafeng sigh. He could only ask his senior in a low voice if his sister-in-law was being bullied by outsiders here. She didn't have the heroic spirit of her hometown. Li Er just finished cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. He didn't expect the woman to return with 2 pots of wine and a few dishes. She said that she wanted the two of them to have a good chat. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and were going to be separated soon. It didn't matter if they drank more. It wasn't until this moment that the woman regained some of her former glory. She pointed at Jing Dafeng and scolded him. Why didn't he stay in his hometown and guard the door? Even if he didn't earn much, he was still making a living. What was so good about the outside world? He was so ugly that he could ward off evil spirits by standing at the door at night. He was more effective than the door god. He didn't have any abilities. If he saved some money in his pocket, he only knew how to use his dog eyes to look at the women passing by. How could they help him give birth to a child? After the woman scolded him, Jing Dafeng immediately felt refreshed. He quickly called his sister-in-law to sit down and drink with him. He patted his chest and promised that if he drank too much today, a drunkard would sleep deeper than a dead person. He wouldn't even be able to hear the sound of thunder, let alone sleepwalk on the bed and walk with his 4 legs. She was so angry that she left the house. After hesitating for a while, she didn't even stay in the shop. She went to find a few women who were on good terms with her and asked for their opinions. She wanted to see if there were any suitable women. She must be blind to think that her man's junior was okay. Maybe they could live together. In the early years, when Jing Dafeng was guarding the door or drinking on the street, he liked to gesture to beautiful women. First, he would gesture to their breasts, then to their butts. His eyes, hands, and mouth were not idle. He would say that his soul was in their clothes and that he should look for it. It would be best if he could find it, but if he couldn't, he shouldn't blame others. It would have been fine if he had really been able to kidnap a wife. Unfortunately, he was a lecherous old bachelor. He always had evil intentions, but he didn't have the guts. In the end, he couldn't find a proper woman to be his wife. That's right. The woman asked tentatively, "Why, are you going on a long trip too?" Li Er scratched his head. He was indeed planning to go to the Skeleton Beach, but his daughter was still there, and Li Er was worried. Moreover, it was reasonable for him to contribute a little. If not for his son, Li Huai, and his junior brother, Jing Dafeng, who came here one after another, Li Er would have asked his wife long ago. Moreover, not long ago, someone came to Lion Peak as a guest, intending to go to the sea south of the Skeleton Beach together. One of them was the sword immortal who helped Qi Jinglong in the second battle with the Taihui sword sept, and the other was an old warrior who finally regained some clarity and freedom. Both of them were now waiting outside for news from Li Er. One was a sword immortal who had been famous for a long time in the North Continent, and the other was a level 10 warrior who had once been ganged up on by several sword immortals. They were waiting for Li Er. To be precise, they were waiting for Li Er to convince his wife to allow him to go on a long trip. It was not too strange. After all, the men in the North Continent were famous for being fearless. They were only afraid of their own women in the North Continent. The woman slammed the table and said angrily, "Did you become greedy after drinking some horse piss with Jing Dafeng and listening to some dirty words?" The woman complained in a loud voice, "I have such a hard life. My son is the most filial and sensible, but he is not by my side all year round. My daughter is stubborn and stubborn. She looks like her mother and her achievements like her father. In the end, she has become an old maid and can't get married no matter what. If I blame myself, who else can I blame? In my early years, I foolishly found a useless man who has no ability at all. After drinking, he has lost even this little bit of honesty. In the end, he is still a heartless man who only thinks about the young women outside the house who only know how to shake their breasts and shake their butts. If I don't blame myself, who else can I blame?" Li Er kept silent, not daring to speak. The woman wiped the corners of her eyes. "You look like an honest and taciturn gourd. You're full of tricks and tricks. What kind of sin did you commit to find a man like you to be the pillar of the family?" Li Er glanced outside the house at the sword immortals who were watching the commotion. He mocked them in his mind. The old warrior added another sentence. Li Er ignored them and told them that he would go first. He would definitely not arrive at the Skeleton Beach later than them. The sword immortals turned and left. The old warrior laughed again. The sword immortals chatted again and chatted quite enthusiastically. Li Er frowned. Are these two looking for trouble? The woman saw Li Er's frown from the corner of her eye. However, this was something unprecedented. She was even sadder. She slumped on the table. Previously, it was mostly an act. Now, the woman was a little flustered. She was really sad. However, she lowered her voice and whimpered, "Now you dare to give me the cold shoulder. I can't live anymore. Although you don't say it, you're complaining in your heart that I'm an unreasonable old woman." Li Er sat beside the woman and patted the back of her hand. He explained softly, "Lu Er is now wandering outside alone. I plan to visit her. I'll be home soon." The woman raised her head. "Are you going to help Li Huai and Li Lu find a vixen to be their second mother?" Li Er shook his head. "You know that I can't do such a shameless thing. Even a man would not bear to say that his wife had said such a shameless thing." The woman looked at Li Er's expression and said softly, "Actually, Li Huai and Da Fing seem to have made an agreement. They always leave as soon as they come. When you're in a daze from time to time, I know that your mind isn't here. Go. Be careful on the road." If the old man was anxious about this, he would have directly asked him to wait at the Tongyi continent before coming here. In fact, the old man had already reminded him that there was no need to treat martial arts fate as something that was already in his bag. It was meaningless. He only needed to break through quickly and enter the 10th realm as soon as possible. At the latest, he would need 100 years to reach the bottleneck of the peak realm. Otherwise, he would just eat and wait for death in that world in the future. Jing Dafeng planned to go to the center of the world to take a look. He heard that the city left behind by the Great Wall of Sword Qi during the war through Ascension landed there. Around the same time as Jing Dafeng entered the New World, the crown princess of the Tongyi continent, Huang Ting, who was at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul realm, also stepped through another door and came to this world. She traveled alone with her sword on her back. She traveled quickly on her sword and only stopped after a month. She casually chose a mountain peak that was more pleasing to the eye and planned to nurture her sword while here. She did not expect to attract the attention of a strange being. Good things came in pairs. She broke through and entered the pure jade realm. She also found a blessed place suitable for cultivation. It was rich in spiritual qi and had treasures beyond imagination. In terms of luck and fortune, Huang Ting had always been good. Otherwise, He Xiaoliang of the Aquarius continent would not have been known as the second Huang Ting. After Huang Ting entered the pure jade realm, she erected a stone tablet on the mountain peak and used her sword to carve the words, "Peace Mountain." Then, she went down the mountain and went back the way she came to see if she could meet some familiar faces. She had always liked the feuds of the Jianghu. On the way to the south, Huang Ting met a young scholar in black who hid his strength. However, both of them only met face to face. The scholar in black seemed to recognize her. He took the initiative to close his folding fan, stopped, and nodded to greet her. Huang Ting ignored him. Later, as she met more and more cultivators from the north, Huang Ting learned that after the immortals of the Tongyi continent seemed to have moved the mountain, there were also some new changes. For example, among the Qi cultivators of the 100 schools of thought, there were the Yin-Yang school who could calculate the direction and choose suitable places to travel to. There were also the school of geomancy who could accurately inspect the feng shui treasured places. There were also the school of agriculture, the school of Yao, and the merchants who were good at making money grow. All in all, the Qi cultivators who could help to build the mountain would have their value doubled. As for the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain in the past, the sword cultivator, the military school, the legalist school, and the female champion of the saber division, as the inverted mountain became a thing of the past, the world situation changed greatly. In today's world, except for the center, there were too few sword cultivators in the 4 directions. Most of the military school cultivators were forcibly conscripted to participate in the war in their hometowns, and the legalist school was no exception. As for the female champion of the saber division, not to mention here, there were probably not many in the world. A new world, in the 5 years of Jiachuan, had become more and more mixed up. Yang Ningjin, who was a martial artist at the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm and a cultivator, changed his name to Yang Hingxing, and his younger brother Yang Ningxing, who had already refined the mirror of the 3 mountains and 9 marquises mirror mountain, entered the 5th world one after another. The 2 brothers did not greet each other and did not even think of meeting each other. As the young heavenly lord of the cloud palace of the Chongxian Bureau, Yang Ningxing had already gathered the natal items of the 5 elements. He came here only to break through the realm and ascend to the immortal realm. There was an unknown Qi cultivator named Xu Zhongxia, who was not even sure which continent he came from. He occupied a place with beautiful scenery and built a transcendental platform. He set up a restriction on the mountain and water, forbidding any earth immortal cultivators from entering within a radius of 300 miles. Violators would be killed without mercy. This person was followed by several maidservants named Xiaoping, Jiang Se, Cai, Daxian, and Huaying. They were all sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms. The Fuji sect master, Ji Hai, had a fundamental spell of the sect. He could write poems and chapters to invite gods and ghost immortals. Ji Hai invited the next immortal general, Zhu Lu, and ghost immortal, Huaya. Both of them were in the nascent soul realm. They worked together to protect the next sect master of the Fuji sect and entered the brand new world. There was a young man in a white robe. After entering this world from the Tongya continent, he was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he began to wander around. He specifically chose Qi cultivators who were poets, and poets. After entering this new world, these people began to recite their poems and poems loudly. They were bold and unconstrained poems, frontier poems, graceful poems, poems of traveling immortals, and even the resentful body of the boudoir. All of this was for the sake of resonating with this new world and combining a little bit of Tao with this world through their poems and poems. After the young man lost all interest, he finally began to wander alone. Finally, he sat on the ground beside a river and clouds. He took out a brush and ink and closed his eyes. Based on his memory, he drew a long scroll of thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. He named it Mustard Seed. There was only a little ink on the scroll, but he named it Mountains and Rivers. The young man took out 2 seals. On the mustard seed scroll, he stamped, "Beautiful place with white clouds and rocks." On the Mountains and Rivers scroll, he stamped, "I was drunk with plum blossoms for 10 years and wasted half my life with osmanthus." The young man leaned back and used his hands as a pillow. He smiled and murmured, "Those who touched my heartstrings, the bright moon, the beauty, the falling snow, and the sword gleam." The city in the Great Wall of Sword Aura was just named Ascension City. Lu Chong returned to the Qingming world. Priest Sun was 1 step ahead of him and returned to the Xiandu Temple. Lu Qin arrived at the Beko Keikyung building and saw the tall senior apprentice brother. Languid went forward and leaned on the highest railing of the tallest city among the 5 cities. He smiled and said, "Don't be angry. Everyone in the Xiandu Temple, from Priest Sun to the youngest Daoist child, has feelings for you." Lu Qin looked at the clouds rising and falling like the ebb and flow of the sea. He said softly, "It's reasonable to allow one's own people to have some feelings." To the 3rd chief of the Beko Keikyung building, everyone in the Qingming world, regardless of whether they were cultivators or not, was actually under the same roof. Many emotions were unreasonable, but Lu Qin said that this was the reason. Daoist Gao remained silent. Lu Qin turned around and leaned against the railing. He stretched and said, "How can there be a junior apprentice brother who doesn't help his senior apprentice brother but an outsider? 500 spirit officials, it won't be a problem." Daoist Lao Er said, "That fellow is still being suppressed by the moon supporting mountain." Lu Qin laughed, "He can't blame anyone else. Who asked him to write on the soles of his shoes for no reason? One wrote Lao Er while the other wrote Lu Qin. Now he's suffering from retribution." The boundaries between the mountains and the foot of the Tongyi continent had always been clear. Firstly, there weren't as many immortal forces as there were in the other continents. Secondly, the cultivators of the Tongyi continent had long been used to minding their own business. They were far less interested in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain than in the other 8 continents. Since the Tongyi continent was vast, many of the isolated places on the continent did not know that the world was no longer peaceful. In the capital of a remote vassal state, there was a wealthy family that was both an official and a scholarly family. An old man in his 70s was taking out 2 items for his grandson who had just started studying. One was a porcelain bowl bestowed by the emperor, and the other was a piece of imperial ink bestowed by the emperor. He explained to his beloved grandson why the imperial ink was made, 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 why the imperial ink was retreated, and why the imperial ink was retreated. In a small county town, below the stage, a little girl imitated the woman in the play, bending her waist and raising her orchid fingers. The young men and women didn't take it seriously, but the old man scolded them when he saw them. A traveling scholar was resting at a relay station. He flipped through the writings of the scholars of the previous dynasty. From the books, he saw that the water in the well could tell the time, as well as the flower that grew in the palace. He felt that it was very strange. A certain dissolute man with a mouth full of golden teeth led a group of idle scoundrels to live a comfortable life in his hometown. They only heard that there might be immortals in the mountains, but they were not envious at all. In a county town, there was a profession that specialized in the style of some famous calligraphers and painters. They could imitate them to the point that they could pass them off as the real thing. Hence, they calculated money according to the words and asked for an extremely high price. They were currently bargaining with an old customer. Then, one day, there was nothing left. In a place covered by dark clouds, in the sky above an immortal mountain along the coast of the Tongyi continent, a hole was suddenly torn open. Sunlight shone down, and a weapon fell to the ground. A great demon then fell heavily to the ground. Another huge rock that was as big as a mountain was tilted and smashed into the majestic city of a dynasty's capital. On top of the huge rock, a slender young girl was dragging a blade as she walked. Behind her was an armored puppet that shook the earth with every step. In the 6th year of Jia Chun in the 5th world. In the huge Tongyi continent, apart from 3 academies and a dozen immortal mountains, all of them had fallen. 702, the woman appeared in the wind and snow. Her figure was thin, and the white snow made her slightly tanned skin look even darker. Her hair was coiled into a cute bun, revealing her high forehead. She didn't wear any hairpins or hair accessories. The young woman stood still about 100 feet away from the group of bewildered hunters. She took out a map of the northern part of the White Jade continent from the Lion Peak's treasury and looked at it. The closest immortal residence on the mountain to the ice plains was a mountain called the White Banner Taoist Temple in the northern boundary of the White Jade continent. It wasn't a clan immortal residence and was relatively aloof from worldly affairs. The city at the foot of the mountain was Tu City in the Rain Shore prefecture of the Rain Gong country. She put the map back into her sleeve and first cupped her fists to salute everyone. Then, she asked in a mellow and elegant voice of the White Jade continent, "May I ask how far is this place from Tu City?" An old cultivator stood up trembling and asked tentatively, "Senior, are you Great Grandmaster Liu?" This was the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that the other party was actually a big demon in human form and was deliberately teasing them, who were sure to be a meal on the plate. On the vast ice plains, there were 4 big demons, each occupying a direction. The southernmost big demon called herself Shi Lu. She occasionally rode a snow-white lion and patrolled the territory. It was rumored that she liked to appear in the world as a handsome man. More than 10 years ago, she had a life-and-death battle with Great Grandmaster Liu, who came here to earn some money and save some dowry money. At that time, even in the distant Tu city of the Rain Gong country, they could feel the earth-shattering battlefield vision. After that, although Great Grandmaster Lu was severely injured, he benefited from the disaster and broke through the bottleneck as the strongest far-travel state and successfully reached the ninth realm. Shi Lu, the big demon, also seemed to be seriously injured and began to cultivate in seclusion. Therefore, the cultivators of the White Jade Continent who came here to hunt demons for the ice plains of the Southern Territory for the time being took advantage of the fact that the demons in the ice plains of the Southern Territory had temporarily lost their patron and formed groups to hunt the big and small demons in the Southern Territory of the ice plains, plundering heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, Great Monster Shilio had two capable subordinates. One of them was a Devil Dao cultivator from the north who called himself Daoist Autumn Water. There was also a great demon who had the face of an old woman and carried a large sack on her back. When she saw the cultivators, she would smile. Her catchphrase was, "Our young Master Shilio's appetizer has been found again. I have to thank you all." It was just that both parties rarely met. If they accidentally bumped into each other, they could only hope that they would be reincarnated into a good family in their next life. In fact, in the southern part of the ice field, there used to be an extremely arrogant great demon, but it was skinned by the great Grandmaster Lu mentioned by the old cultivator. Pei Qian shook his head. No. The way the other party addressed her made her feel a little uncomfortable. However, since they were in a foreign land and had met by chance, Pei Qian did not reveal his name. Pei Qian knew who the great Grandmaster Lu was. She was a ninth realm martial artist and a woman named Lu Suiyu. She was a registered consecrator of the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent, Lu Suiyu. She was the most promising person in the Snow Mountain continent to become the second 10th realm martial artist. This was because compared to other cultivators, their bodies were the most resilient. They could protect themselves and also hold back the demons with thick skin. They would not be defeated if they met the demons in a narrow path. In addition, there must be a chi cultivator who was proficient in water spells. They could take advantage of the time and place and use spells to kill the demons. If the leader was able to gather a team of 5 people, he would usually add a chi cultivator who was extremely powerful in attacking. He would rely on the so-called one fresh move to deal a fatal blow to the demons during the encirclement and suppression. Then, he might add a cultivator from the Yao family who could help him fight a prolonged battle. In this way, the hunting team could attack or retreat. Even if they did not gain anything during the journey to the icy plains, they could at least preserve their lives and safely retreat to the Catapult City or the Daoist Hall to make further plans. However, even if they traveled together, there were still many accidents. Today, they did not check the almanac and met a Jindan stage demon. Pei Qian knew what these people were worried about. She was not willing to explain too much. She only needed to go straight to the south and rest in the Taoqi city. The doubts in their hearts would naturally disappear. Whether it was traveling in the North Continent with Li Huai or wandering alone in the Snow Plain Continent, Pei Qian only focused on practicing martial arts. She did not expect to be like her master who made friends with heroes along the way. As long as they hit it off, they could drink without asking for each other's names. Pei Qian admitted that she could not learn and could not do it. Just like what Cui Dongshan thought in private, as long as his master, Chen Pingan, was not by Pei Qian's side, then the vast world outside of the Lotus Blossom blessed land was still the streets and alleys of the Nanyuan Kingdom's capital city. Everyone was still the same in the capital city of the Nanyuan Kingdom. To Pei Qian, except for her master and Luopa Mountain, the Jianghu under her feet had always been the same. It was difficult to change this in the past, present, and future. Pei Qian suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stabbed the mountain-treading staff into the snow and said to them, "You guys go first. Quickly go to the Taoqi city. Be careful on the way. There are still dangers. Then, Pei Qian frowned and glanced at the distance behind the group of qi cultivators. It was a little late. Except for an old woman behind her who seemed to be walking unsteadily but was actually moving as if she was flying. She was carrying a big sack and her shoulders swayed. Wherever the old woman passed, the wind and snow would automatically make way for her. Then, she stopped more than 100 steps away from Pei Qian. The old woman coughed incessantly and squinted her eyes. She laughed hoarsely and said, "What a fierce little girl. You are actually willing to give up all your demon cores all the way to the south and let us find them. A pure martial artist like you who only wants to practice martial arts without asking for money is really more hateful than that crazy woman with the surname Liu." Other than this old woman, on the road south of the group of hunters who were traveling north to hunt, there was a barefoot Taoist who was wearing a crane cloak and walking through the snow. He was loudly reciting the Taoist classic, Nanhua Autumn Water chapter. The Taoist was holding many branches of blooming plum blossoms in his hands. From time to time, he would pluck a few plum blossoms and put them into his mouth to chew. Then, he would reach out to take snow and swallow both plum blossoms and snow. Every time he chewed plum blossoms and snow, his body would overflow with radiance from his meridians to his bones. One in the south and one in the north, blocking the way. Pei Qian saw that the old woman and the barefoot Taoist had no intention of attacking for the time being. She took a step forward and instantly came to the side of the old Taoist. She took down the bamboo box and reminded the group of cultivators who were continuously gathering, "You guys just need to form the formation to protect yourselves. If possible, under the premise that your lives are not in danger, help me look after the book box. If the situation is urgent, just run for your lives. I will try my best to protect all of you." Pei Qian paused for a moment and added, "I will do my best." Since the old woman and the barefoot Taoist were coming for her, Pei Qian had to throw a few more punches. It was only right for her to do so. In the Jianghu, righteousness was the most important thing. Previously, she had casually killed the monster and saved the group of cultivators. It was really just a casual action. Since she had the heart and the strength to spare, she should throw a punch and not think about reciprocation. As for the goodwill and malice of the people in this world, what does it have to do with me, Pei Qian, practicing my fist? Nothing. What Pei Qian cared about was her master's teachings and Grandpa Chui's teaching of fist techniques. The old woman glanced again at the green bamboo stick left behind by the young woman. Previously, when she focused her gaze, she was actually unable to completely see through the camouflage. She could only vaguely sense the wisps of cold air from the bamboo stick. This was also an important reason why the old woman was not in a hurry to attack. The old woman was a great demon who cultivated in the ice field. She was most afraid of provoking the disciples of the Lu family of the Snow Peak continent. She was also afraid of the direct disciples and secondary disciples of the Thunder God temple's Pei Au Xiang. Other than that, there was not much of a problem. It did not matter whether she chewed them raw or braised those unlucky cultivators. Apart from these two types of people, there were also some sects who came here to gain experience from time to time. However, most of them were protected by nascent soul earth immortals, so they were allowed to kill some monsters. The old woman still had a good eyesight. Usually, the opponents were more sensible. The group of young immortal masters with delicate skin would not be too ruthless in their attacks. Moreover, they were not that ruthless. Pei Qian turned around and said to the old woman, whose expression was uncertain, "I'm just in a hurry and have not provoked you. However, if my skills are not as good as yours and I become food for the monsters, I'll accept it. My fist technique is not bad, but if the monsters want to eat people and are killed, don't blame me for punching too hard." The old woman smiled and asked, "Judging from the traces of your punches and the route you took, it seems that you went ashore in the north and then kept going south. However, That Shi Lu continued to smile and asked, "Let's not talk about the few fights you fought on your way to the south. Those were all reasonable. But today, you fought for these Qi refinement warriors and killed the demon. Is that right?" Pei Qian still shook his head and said, "I did not kill it. It is up to Senior Shi Lu whether you believe me or not." Since the other party was willing to be reasonable, even if it was only temporary, Pei Qian was willing to say a few more words. Shi Lu was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the old woman. The old woman looked slightly embarrassed. "Master, this young lady only punched that flower away. The golden core demon that chased after the Qi refinement warriors was named Flower. It was only injured by the female martial artist, but it was really scared out of its wits. It mistakenly thought that she was the junior sister or direct disciple of the ninth realm martial artist Lu Suiyu and immediately fled hundreds of miles away. As for the great demon Shi Lu, she was attracted by Pei Qian's fist intent. Therefore, she mistakenly thought that Flower had been killed somewhere. Shi Lu was even more curious. "Young lady, which sect are you from? This is not the style of martial artists from the Thunder God Temple's Xiang." As for the other party's respectful address of Senior Shi Lu, it made the Jade Pure Realm great demon standing on the snow-white lion's back feel even more amused and even more surprised. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and still shook his head. Shi Lu was a little hesitant. Then, she stretched out her hand and pressed between her eyebrows. She was having a headache. What was going on today? First, it was a reasonable young lady who happened to be in an unreasonable martial arts realm. If only one of them was missing, then Shi Lu would not hesitate at all. Then, there was a woman who made Shi Lu feel a chill down her spine. For Shi Lu to be so wary, of course, she was a sword immortal. A sword immortal in the North Continent was rarer than anything else. In addition, the other party was a woman. Shi Lu was more or less sure of her identity. A sword immortal from the Snow Continent who did not like her hometown, Xie Songhua. It was said that Xie Songhua's sword was extremely lethal. When she fought against an enemy, her sword could determine life and death. Although Shi Lu was wary, she was not overly fearful. In the southern land of the ice plains, Shi Lu had the geographical advantage. She would definitely not be able to win in a fight. Hence, she would only leave after witnessing the beauty of a sword immortal with her own eyes. The female sword immortal with a bamboo box on her back came riding on her sword. The sword aura behind her seemed to have opened up a windless and snowless path. The wind and snow on both sides of her path still covered the sky and the sun. She hovered in the air with a cold expression, looking down at Shi Lu who liked to hide. Xie Songhua had left two of her direct disciples who were here to train their swordwill in the city behind her. The two direct disciples were named Xiao Mu and Zhu Xing. Xie Songhua had also sensed that something was amiss here. Hence, she left the city on her sword, intending to join in the fun. Other than Xie Songhua, who was taking in disciples in a foreign land, Li Kai from the North Continent's Fuping Sword Lake also brought two sword immortal embryos out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were Chen Li and Gao Yuqing. As for the female sword immortal Song Pin from the Gold Armor Continent, she had also taken in two children as her direct disciples. However, they were both little girls, Sun Zhao, Jin Luan. As for Pu He from the Liuxia continent, who had fallen to the nascent soul realm at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she brought a young boy and a young girl from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. 703. Xie Songhua was not in a hurry to return to Chui-Tu City on her sword. Instead, she brought Pei Qian south. In a small border city, even if there were many hidden talents, they would still have to consider the flying sword of a female sword immortal. Although her two direct disciples had yet to enter the middle five realms, they were sword cultivators and potential sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if there was a small accident, Xia Songhua's flying sword would arrive in an instant. Furthermore, before entering Chuitu City, Xia Songhua had brought Chaomu and Zhu Xing to tour Mtbayu. The Mtbayu would naturally take care of the two children. If anything happened to a sword immortal's direct disciple within his jurisdiction, especially if they were Xia Songhua's disciples, their cultivation would be delayed. A small country's mountain lord would not be able to bear the responsibility. Perhaps the entire Mtbayu would be remembered by sword immortal Xia. This was because Xia Songhua's temper was known to be bad in the Pure Crest continent. After chatting with Pei Qian for a while, Xia Songhua sighed. She did not expect that even she could not see the depth of Pei Qian's martial arts. The young lady was only in her early 20s, but she was already a pure martial artist at the far travel realm. She was as rare as a phoenix feather and a Qilin horn. On the mountain, she would be a nascent soul sword cultivator in her 20s. If not for Chao Xiai and Chen Pingan, Xia Songhua would have suspected Pei Qian's identity. However, Xia Songhua felt more gratified. Actually, she had never met Pei Qian before. They were not related. However, when she saw Pei Qian traveling with a staff and a box, Xia Songhua felt close to him. As for whether she loved him because of his love for his dog, it was not important. Heaven and earth should not care about who I, Xia Songhua, like. If you don't like anyone, you can control my flying sword. However, you have to be brave and capable enough. Therefore, Xia Songhua smiled and said, if you are worried that Aunt Xia's swordsmanship is not good enough and will not be able to win against Shi Lu, there is no need for that. Tell me the truth. I will go and chop Shi Lu. I will be back in half an hour. It is not easy to kill a pure Jade Realm sword cultivator demon. Without the word sword cultivator, it is not difficult. Pei Qian hurriedly shook his head and said, Aunt Xia, it's not like that. If Shi Lu was aggressive and oppressive, I would have used the ask fist. Xia Songhua nodded. Then let's count it as Shiliu burning incense. His luck is not bad. Originally, I had planned to bring Chaomu and Zhu Xing to the south of the icy plains to nurture my sword intent. Shi Lu would definitely want to see it for a while. Chaomu had two intrinsic flying swords. One was Rainbow and the other was Torrential. Of the two, Rainbow was rather suitable for nurturing. The Leisha sword was not of much use in the ice plains. That's why I need to pay a visit to Leigong Temple's Pei Xiang and see if there's an opportunity for the Great Dao at Mahu Prefecture. For the time being, Pei Qian did not know what Auntie Xia meant by meeting Shi Lu and visiting Leigong Temple. But Xia Songhua was willing to reveal the names of the two direct disciples flying swords to Pei Qian. It showed how close she was to Pei Qian and treated him as family. Xia Songhua did not have a good impression of her hometown, the pure Jade continent. After she became an Earth Immortal, she spent most of her time traveling in Lu Xia continent and Jinjia continent. Before she accepted the direct disciples, she would not reveal her whereabouts and was too lazy to show off her identity as a sword immortal. That's why there were a few conflicts. Xia Songhua never thought of herself as a reasonable person. That's why she would fight with both the young and the old. At the southern border of the icy plains, Shi Lu brought the old woman and Daoist Chushui back to the mansion, and they were strolling leisurely in the wind and snow. The old woman asked softly, Master, is it really that sword immortal Xia Songhua? Shi Lu smiled and nodded. The sword intent in the bamboo box on her back can't be faked. Daoist Chushui, who was wearing a crane cloak and regretting the lack of plum branches, no longer had the demeanor of an immortal. He grimaced and said, the little girl's fist was very heavy. Even now, my entire body is aching. When I took that punch, my natal chi palace and 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were all flipped over like an earth ox. That talisman that could shrink mountains and rivers was used by a pure martial artist to fight in close combat. It's really terrible. No wonder the founder of this branch of talisman was scolded for thousands of years. Shi Lu said, looking back, the little girl must have been hiding her strength on purpose. Perhaps she was hiding her strength when she punched you. Because after I appeared, I was the only enemy in her mind. Perhaps even that talisman was a smokescreen. I'm guessing that once the little girl went all out, she would definitely be faster than if she used the talisman. If that's the case, I have to thank the Sword Immortal for not causing me to lose my men, and also thank the little girl for avoiding a disaster. Shi Lu couldn't help but sigh in her heart, the heavens are right, and the retribution is not good. The old woman was puzzled. Master traveled far and restrained his aura, not much inferior to that of the saint of the academy. Even I couldn't detect it. How did the little girl discover it? Shi Lu said helplessly, how would I know? Tung City was the capital of the Rain Shore Prefecture of Raingong Country. It was one of the two important crossings to the southern land of the icy plains. At the city gate, Pei Qian handed in the customs document. Previously, when he traveled to the North Continent, there were many customs documents. Senior Li heir of Lion Peak helped to create a new customs document for mountains and rivers. It was a special customs document for the cultivators on the mountain. It was also an important collection of miscellaneous items for the rich and powerful families at the foot of the mountain. CS Songhua naturally didn't have any customs documents. Tung City glanced at Pei Qian and turned a blind eye to CS Songhua, allowing her to pass. At the Immortal Inn, Pei Qian saw the two Sword Immortal embryos. They were about 7 or 8 years old, a boy and a girl. The girl was called Chao Mu, and the boy was called Zhu Xing. They were both beautiful, but Zhu Xing was slightly more mature, and his eyes were still, which didn't match his age. As usual, Pei Qian gave 2 bookmarks specially made by Luopa Mountain as a greeting gift. Hearing her master say that big sister Pei Qian was the first disciple of the hidden official, Zhu Xing's spirit suddenly rose. Chaomu was also very happy, because the little girl and Guozhujiu lived on the same street, and Guozhujiu liked to call herself my master's temporary last disciple. Moreover, there were too many rumors about the hidden official's deeds. He was a banker who cheated people, sold wine, and cheated money. His mind was filled with all kinds of strange stories and stories. He and Ning Yao were a match made in heaven. For her, he traveled thousands of miles twice and passed 3 trials in a row. Even Qi Shou and Peng Yuanji were defeated by him. He took the initiative to replace Ning Yao and fought with Li Zhen of the Moon-Bearing Mountain. He became famous after that battle and became the youngest and the first foreign hidden official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He received Yu Zhuanfu's punches and was defeated with 1 punch. In the end, he won 3 consecutive battles. Zhu Xing crossed her arms and sat on the railing of the corridor, swinging her legs gently. In her hometown, she liked to sit on the city wall like this. This habit could not be changed in this lifetime. Chaomu retorted softly, Master, it's only 3 times. I don't cry so easily. Zhu Xing sneered. Chaomu immediately became sick. Xie Songhua stood up and said, Pei Qian, you guys continue chatting. I'll go find someone to talk to. I've arranged to meet her here. She should be here soon. Pei Qian chatted with the 2 children. Chaomu was like a chattering sparrow. After Pei Qian asked, the little girl told Pei Qian in detail about the 10 young people. Zhu Xing, of course, wanted to fight for the hidden official. He said that other than Ning Yao and Chao Xi, the other 8 people did not have the right to squeeze the hidden official out of the 10 and only get the 11th. Pei Qian asked curiously, what's up with the Ascension City? Chaomu smiled, the 5th world, the year name is Jiachuan. It landed on the city in our hometown. As the beginning of the world, it was named the Ascension City. Zhu Xing said, "There's news that Sister Ning Yao is not only the first pure Jade Realm sword cultivator in that world, but she's also in the Immortal Realm now." Pei Qian looked at the cute little girl in front of him and missed Xiaomi on the Luopa mountain. He also missed Sister Nuanu, who seemed to never grow up. At this moment, Pei Qian finally realized that Sister Baoping had grown up. He had also grown up. If Sister Baoping's junior martial uncle, his master, knew about this, would she be happy or sad? Pei Qian opened the book box and started to copy books. Qiaomu sat at the side quietly. She rested her chin on her hand and watched Sister Pei write. Zhu Xing was thinking about the second opening of the fifth world. By then, he could go back to his hometown. He heard that the fifth world would be open for 30 years. After that, it would be completely closed. If he wanted to go back and forth between the two worlds, he could only become an Ascension Realm cultivator. Zhu Xing was a little envious of Sister Pei's mountain walking stick and bamboo box. The little boy imitated the hidden official. He sat on the railing in a daze with his hands in his sleeves. The 10 young people selected this time were all below the age of 50. There was no difference in the rankings. The reason was simple. If they were too young, they would need at least 100 more years to cultivate and attain immortality. Ascension City's Ning Yao. In the fifth world, she broke through 2 realms and entered the immortal realm. Deduan martial artist Chao Ci. Outside the mountains and rivers of the Fuyao continent, he was a 10th realm martial artist. Beko Keikyung Buildings Daoist Shan Qing. Pure Jade Realm. He didn't have a single magic treasure because his natal items were all immortal weapons and half-immortal weapons. He walked the path of the 5 elements and was known as the best in the world. Moon supporting mountains 100 sword deities Fei Ran. Pure Jade Realm sword cultivator. It was said that he liked to suppress realms. There was also a secondary saint's direct disciple. It was said that the young scholar's hometown was Qingming Tian. He was brought back to the vast world by the secondary saint. Not only did he obtain a reading style, but he also had the embryonic form of a natal character. A young monk who entered the fifth world held a 12-ringed monk staff. Under the heavens, there was an originally unknown Taoist female Taoist. She was less than 20 years old and had only cultivated for 8 years. She had been stuck at the Willow Tendon realm for 6 years. Then, she had reached the unpolished Jade realm in 1 step. In the vast world, Lu Kai was also an unknown mountain and lake cultivator. His realm wasn't high at the moment. He was only a golden core realm sword cultivator. However, the killing power of his flying sword was beyond imagination. Even if cultivators just read the court bulletin, it was enough to make them speechless. This was because Ning Yao, Chao Ci, Shan Qing, and the other prodigies all had high enough realms. Only Lu Kai was only at the Golden Core realm. Generally speaking, not to mention Golden Core realm sword cultivators under 50 years old, even nascent Soul realm sword cultivators weren't qualified to be evaluated. Because with this person's appearance, the 2 blade strengthening gourds were also revealed. They were the long-lost worry in my heart and, immediately. Lu Kai had 2 natal flying swords. The blade strengthening gourd nurtured the flying sword Azure Fall. Sword cultivators were known to be able to break 10,000 spells with 1 sword. Azure Fall could break 10,000 swords with 1 sword. The blade strengthening gourd immediately nurtured Lu Kai's second flying sword, White Foal. The flying sword was so small and fast that it could ignore the obstruction of the river of time. Therefore, there was a saying in the vast world that the only sword cultivator who could compete with Ning Yao in the same realm was Lu Kai's 100 years later. The junior brother of the Heavenly Lord Qi Xin of the Divine Decree sect. He rushed to the great sect of the Divine Continent in the early years and was appointed as a treasure keeper. It was said that he read all the books of Taoism in 3 years. In the wilderness, he was a young cultivator who broke into the world like Lu Kai and the Taoist female Taoist. He was on credit. Finally, there was a hidden official who seemed to be doing business. He was a young man who finally gained some reputation in other continents, but his reputation was ruined because of the Jinping case. It was said that there were 10 substitutes, but they hadn't announced it yet. Chao Mu gathered her courage and turned to secretly look at Zhu Xing, who had ignored her for a long time. Actually, he was younger than her. They were in the same year and month, but Zhu Xing was later than her by a few days. However, the little girl felt that Zhu Xing was much older than her. Zhu Xing sensed Chao Mu's gaze and immediately glared at her. Chao Mu blinked as if to say, "I'm not talking to you. Why do you have to care about me? You're unreasonable." Zhu Xing put 2 fingers together and made a gesture, indicating for the little girl to turn her head obediently. Chao Mu turned her head and leaned on the table, continuing to watch Sister Pei transcribe. The little girl really wanted to ask her sister why she left her hometown when she was still in it. If she could stay in her hometown, she definitely wouldn't have gone so far away. Sister Pei was still alone. She was really brave and could really endure hardships. What Chao Mu didn't know was that the tall, thin, and slightly tanned Sister Pei in front of her, who always made her feel at ease, had actually cried out in pain when Huang Ting gently pinched her shoulder and arm in Old Dragon City's medicine shop before she started learning martial arts. Her tears and snot were even worse than Chao Mu's, and she ran to complain to her master. At that time, Pei Qian was actually slightly older than Chao Mu. As for courage, when Pei Qian was young, she really didn't have much courage. She might not even be comparable to Xiaomi. Even now, she still carried that ordinary yellow paper talisman with her. Sister Pei was very serious about transcribing books. Then, Chao Mu suddenly panicked and quickly turned to look at Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing looked at Chao Mu and raised a finger to his mouth. He shook his head, indicating for Chao Mu not to speak. Chao Mu tiptoed and stood up. It turned out that Sister Pei was crying while she was transcribing books. Pei Qian was sad. When her master knocked her chestnuts in the future, he didn't seem to have to bend down anymore. Then, even if they met again in the future and traveled together again, her master probably wouldn't reach out to hold a little girl's hand again. How did she grow up? In the past, the big white goose's little senior brother made a joke. He asked her, the big senior sister, who was the most worried person in the world. Of course, Pei Qian said that it was her master, because her master liked to think and take care of others. At that time, the little senior brother shook his head with a smile and gave a very ridiculous answer. He said that it was the guy called, Grow Up. In the capital of Dali, Minister Guan sat on a rattan chair under the eaves. Even though the old man was wearing thick clothes, he was still afraid of the cold. He looked at the green tree in the courtyard. The old man opened his mouth and stretched out his thumb to gently press against a tooth. He sighed endlessly. His travel-worn grandson, Guan Iran, returned to the capital this time and was officially relieved of his position as the supervisor of Chidu. He was about to fill the vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue, but he wasn't promoted to assistant minister like Lu Qingfeng. To be honest, even compared to his junior brother Lu Xuanmei, Guan Iran's promotion this time seemed too shabby and stingy. Although Guan Iran, who was born as a border cultivator, was reluctant, it wasn't because he disliked the small position, but because he was used to the rough battlefield. However, he still listened to his great-grandfather's instructions and chose to return to the capital. This time, as soon as he returned home, Guan Iran immediately rushed to the old man's side. Guan Iran squatted at the old man's feet and put his hand on the stove. The old man smiled and said, "The Ministry of Revenue is an unpleasant yamen. Get used to it. Anyway, forget about the Ministry of Personnel. don't expect to be an official there in your life. After all, other people think that the Ministry of Revenue in Dali is surnamed Guan, but if you Guan children really think so, you're courting death. As a person, you have to leave a way out for others. If you squat in the latrine and don't shit, or squat there and shit for too long, people will throw stones into the latrine. When the time comes and it splashes on your butt, you can't blame others. Guan Iran smiled. The first batch of important ministers in the Dali imperial court weren't very refined, even if they were born as scholars. The old man looked up at the beautiful sunset on the horizon and sighed, teeth fall out, hair fall out, can't walk. Annoying. Seeing a young and beautiful girl, I don't have the heart nor the strength. At most, I can only think of the past and think of the hero's bravery. It's good to be young, there's an official to be promoted. The celestial immortals flying around in the sky also make people sincerely envious. After the short knife was unsheathed, it suddenly turned into a snow-white giant blade. The young girl rose from the ground and went to the ancestral hall of the Yuanju sect. Yu Si said to Fei Ran, Senior Si Chin is still cleaning up the mess at Yuzigang. Our next target is the Great Quan Dynasty's Mirage City. Fei Ran nodded, as you wish. Xia Yun suddenly smiled. Senior brother just received news that Mr. Zhou has already arrived at the gate of the Great Fu Academy. There will be a good show to watch. After I finish touching up my makeup, I will rush over to cheer for Mr. Zhou. Junior brother, what do you say? Do you want to go with me? Fei Ran shook his head, I'll pass. The woodcutter youth was not stupid. Although he could not understand the language of this group of people, he could still roughly guess their identities. For a moment, his mind was a mess. Fei Ran squatted down and smiled at the youth in the local language of a small country. Sorry, I am a demon. However, there is no need to be afraid. You can continue to treat me as your big brother Chin. Even if the sky falls and the earth sinks, it has nothing to do with you. Fei Ran liked to learn the local languages of different countries and local dialects whenever she went to a new place. It was because she was bored. The youth's forehead was covered in sweat, and he said with a trembling voice, Big brother Chin, what is going on? Fei Ran thought for a moment and said, It is probably a group of uninvited guests. They broke in uninvited and did not leave any food for the host. The youth's eyes gradually became determined. Big brother Chin saved me. No matter who it is, whether they are demons or not, they are my benefactors. I don't care how others view Big brother Chin. I don't care. Fei Ran smiled and nodded. He slapped the youth to death and completely scattered his soul. Xia Yun was a little surprised. He blinked and asked, Junior brother, you killed him too. What an obedient child. Fei Ran stood up and remained silent. He did not explain. If the youth revealed a trace of hatred, regardless of whether he hid it well, Fei Ran would let him live. He could even go up the mountain to cultivate. Fei Ran raised his head and looked into the distance. He asked, Senior brother, what happened to the Jade Ridge martial ancestor who insisted on opening the door? Xia Yun patted his cheeks lightly and smiled. During the discussion in the martial ancestor hall, her voice was the loudest. However, when the fight started, she was the most silent. Yu Si said, Senior Si Chin originally wanted to spare her life. However, when he saw her kowtowing and begging for mercy in the martial ancestor hall, he felt annoyed and changed his mind. Fei Ran nodded his head. I hope that Aquarius Continent's old dragon city will do the same. Great Spring Empire, Mirage City Imperial Palace. There was a young empress with a frown on her face. She was extremely beautiful. Her expression was gloomy as she twirled the small copper chopsticks in her hands. She gently stirred the ashes in the stove, trying to make the fire last longer. Sitting at the side was a young lady of the same age. She was full of heroic spirit. She and Empress Yao Jinji were family. Yao Lingji saw his sister lowering her head and did not know how to comfort her. Their grandfather, Minister of War Yao Jin, had already donned his armor and went into battle. The old general led all the Yao family disciples and rushed to the border. Earlier today, the vassal king who was in charge of guarding the capital and supervising the country came here with an ulterior motive. He said that he was here to discuss military matters, but in reality, his eyes never left his sister's face. If it wasn't for Yao Lingji protecting his sister and unsheathing his sword a little to signal the other party not to push his luck, who knows what that pervert would do. In the current imperial palace, there was no one that his sister could trust. Even if she was the empress, she was still a weak lady. The vassal king left. When he stepped over the threshold, he turned around and smiled. Not to mention the empress sister that he was staring at, even Yao Lingji would feel cold. Yao Jinji raised his head and smiled sadly, "I'm fine." Yao Lingji was filled with grief and indignation. If he was fine, then what was considered fine? Now, inside and outside the imperial palace, from the imperial court to the Jianghu to the battlefield, where wasn't a mess? That bastard wearing the dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne actually left his sister alone and secretly ran away. Most importantly, he even took a large group of Jindan stage cultivators with him and went to the fifth world to seek refuge. The thing that hurt his sister the most was the ridiculous reason that His Majesty did not take his sister with him. It was actually someone from Qintianjian's side who asserted that his sister was a femme fatale and would only bring disaster to him if he took her with him. This young empress of the great Quan dynasty held a furnace in her hands. Her hands were hot, but her heart was cold. She remembered that when she was on the way to Mirage City, she secretly performed a divination for herself. It was a great fortune for her, but it was not a good divination for the great Quan dynasty. At that time, she was puzzled. Now that she looked at it again, it turned out that they were both right and wrong. The one who was right was the great Quan dynasty's throne, which was indeed in danger. The one who was wrong was her fate, which was destined to suffer together with him. If her grandfather was not leading the army at the border and Yao Lingji was not by her side to protect her, Yao Jinji really did not know what to do. She did not dare to die. When she saw the beam, she did not dare to think about the white silk. Once, she gathered her courage and glanced at the well in the palace from afar. Then, she became even more afraid of death. After Yao Lingji entered the palace, she stumbled and fell to the ground in the corridor after a meeting. Then, she fell to the ground and cried. When she raised her head, she was like a pear blossom in the rain. She cried and asked her younger sister if there was any way to die in the world that didn't hurt. At that time, Yao Lingji squatted on the ground and hugged her sister. She did not dare to tell her that if she fell into the hands of those monsters, her life would only be worse than death. At this time, Yao Jinji suddenly said, "These days, stay by my side and don't leave me. Otherwise, I can't hold on. But when the monsters attack Mirage City and we can't hold on anymore, you can kill me. Just remember to attack quickly." Yao Lingji's face instantly turned pale, and she nodded gently. The young empress suddenly smiled. Looking at the snowy scene outside the door, she suddenly thought of a person. She said with a smile, "I'm Lu Suiyu, a martial artist from the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Prefecture." Pei Qian stepped forward and lowered his body slightly. He clenched his fists and made a simple fist pose. He said in a deep voice, "I'm Pei Qian, the first disciple of the Luopa mountain. I'll exchange fists with Senior Lu in the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Zhengyang Mountain." Apart from the two patriarchs who rushed to Old Dragon City, the rest of the Old Sword Immortals, including the Tao family's patriarch, were gathered here today. there were many matters that required the patriarchs to decide together. In the North Continent, where sword cultivators were common, even nascent soul sword cultivators would feel uncomfortable if they were addressed as sword immortals. However, there was no such custom in the Aquarius continent. Every golden core sword cultivator was a true sword immortal of the mountain. An average-looking woman sat at the back with a red string tied to her wrist. She sat upright and still, appearing a little reserved. She was in charge of Xingyang Mountain's Mountain View Bulletin and Catoptric Reflections. On Xingyang Mountain, she had always been an errand girl. Because she was not a sword cultivator and often went out, she was not as revered as the sword immortal patriarchs. It was especially so in Xingyang Mountain's ancestral master hole. In the eyes of the sword immortal patriarchs, she was a shrewd woman who was not smart enough. In short, she was an unimpressive woman. Initially, Su Jia was a disciple she had brought to the mountain gate. In the end, he was transferred to another mountain. In exchange, she received a magic weapon. Later on, Su Jia was accepted as a direct disciple of the ancestral master hole. As it turned out, she had made a loss in that deal. Otherwise, the status of a mother at the foot of the mountain depended on her son. There were also many old cultivators on the mountain who were waiting for death. Of course, Su Jia did not end well. He lost to the current Garden Lord of the Wind Thunder Garden, Yellow River at the Wind Snow Temple's Divine Immortal Platform. His sword heart shattered and Su Jia could not even keep his status as a sword cultivator. However, Xingyang Mountain's ancestral master hall only took back the purple gold blade strengthening gourd. They did not remove her name from the ancestral master hall's register. They only removed Su Jia's status as a direct disciple. The first matter was to discuss the candidates for the direct disciple. They would choose an auspicious day for their names to be officially recorded in the ancestral master hall's register. Xingyang Mountain was Dolly's designated successor. Therefore, they were already preparing for the location of their next sect. It had to be in the territory of the old Zhuiying dynasty. Xingyang Mountain had absorbed a considerable number of young sword cultivators from the old Zhuiying dynasty. Apart from that, there was also a rather impressive potential sword immortal. The Dragon Spring Sword sect was blind not to nurture him properly. He cultivated at Xinqiu Mountain for several years, but Ruan Qing was unwilling to take him in as a direct disciple. After the youth came to Xingyang Mountain, he broke through very quickly. Now, he had hopes of becoming Daoist companions with Fairy Tongjin of the Cold Dew Peak. The first matter was actually a small matter. There was no dispute. The second matter was to discuss the second batch of disciples of Xingyang Mountain. The first batch had already rushed to Old Dragon City under the lead of the two patriarchs. Xingyang Mountain had always had a good relationship with the vassal king Songmu. It was all thanks to Tao Zi's trip to Lizhu Grotto Heaven. She had formed a great relationship with the youth who was still called Song Jisun back then. However, for the second batch, who would be in charge of the Dao protectors and which disciples should be sent down the mountain were all important matters. If there was not enough weight, it would easily anger the Song clan. However, if there was too much weight, Xingyang Mountain's vitality would be easily damaged. Therefore, they needed to know their limits. The patriarch of the Tao family clearly had a draft in mind. He gave a set of rules and did not have many objections. Next was to discuss the matter of participating in the night banquet of Zhongyue Mountain's Lord Jin Qing. It was also a small matter. The only thing they needed to be careful about was to sound out Lord Jin Shan's intentions. This was to prevent unnecessary disputes about the location of their next sect in the future. After all, Jin Qing's friendship with the old Zhuiying dynasty was known throughout the continent. The next matter was the icing on the cake. They were to discuss the marriage with the Su clan of Qingfeng City. On Xingyang Mountain side, it was the cultivation genius, Tao Zi, whom the patriarch of the Tao family doted on the most. On the Su clan of Qingfeng City side, it was the son of the city lord. Both sides had traveled to Liju Grotto Heaven together and had a good relationship all these years. Moreover, the elders of both sides felt that this was a match made in heaven. The Su clan of Qingfeng City that had been making bad moves in the past had later formed a marriage alliance with the Yuan clan of Shangzhou Nation. They did not hesitate to marry off their daughter of the first wife to the son of a concubine. Only then did they mend the rift between Qingfeng City and the Dali dynasty. The woman with the red string on her hand asked softly, "Is Tao Zi willing to do it herself?" A hint of gloominess flashed across the Tao family's patriarch's brow. However, there were some words that were hard to say. Tao Zi was indeed unwilling. Moreover, the Tao family's patriarch himself was actually hoping that the vassal mansion in Old Dragon City could give some hints to Xingyang Mountain. However, it was unknown whether that young vassal king was playing dumb or really treated Tao Zi as his sister. The Tao family's patriarch gave the woman a look. The woman understood tacitly and said, "There's no rush anyway. Why don't we let Tao Zi go to Old Dragon City and meet her fellow disciples?" The Xingyang Mountain's lord only stroked his beard without saying anything. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have heard the voice in his heart. He nodded and said, "All right." After making this decision, the lord's expression turned solemn. He said with a heavier tone, "We must give a clear explanation for the Wind Thunder Gardens matter today." On the surface, Xingyang Mountain only had two nascent soul sword cultivators. One was the lord of Xingyang Mountain, while the other was the Tao family's patriarch. The other patriarch with the highest seniority had been in seclusion for many years and was about to emerge. There were also 3 golden core sword cultivator patriarchs. In truth, Xingyang Mountain had always lacked a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms. That was why they had been suppressed by Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden for several hundred years. Now that Li Tuanjing was dead, the matter of challenging the new garden lord, Huang He, was of utmost importance. That Huang He's talent was just too great. Xingyang Mountain could not afford to lower their guard against him. Huang He was too showy. Now that he was a nascent soul sword cultivator, it was very likely that he would become the second Li Tuanjing. That was why this matter could not be delayed any longer. Now, Xingyang Mountain had to find a suitable candidate to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. However, whether it was the lord of the same realm as Huang He, or the patriarch of Yupu, who had emerged from seclusion, it was not suitable for them to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. They were both inferior in seniority, and the latter was even a realm higher. The problem was that among the direct disciples of Xingyang Mountain, there was no one who could match Huang He. Perhaps even Liu Baqia would be able to defeat the sword cultivators of Xingyang Mountain. There was a suitable candidate for the position of consecrator and guest elder. He was a genius sword cultivator from the old Zhuiying dynasty. In the past, he was known as one of the twin paragons and had obtained much of Zhuiying dynasty's sword Dao's providence. Unfortunately, it would not be appropriate for him to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. Unless that person was willing to become a direct disciple of Xingyang Mountain's patriarch Hole. Even if that person was stupid and agreed to it, Xingyang Mountain's actions might cause Beiyue Jinqing to hold a grudge against them. That was why the matter of choosing the Wind Thunder Garden had become the common worry of the patriarchs and sword immortals of Xingyang Mountain. In the end, they still could not come up with a foolproof plan. The Tao family's patriarch said angrily, "If it really doesn't work, I'll just throw away my dignity and challenge the Wind Thunder Garden." The Mountain Lord shook his head, "That's not appropriate. It's best if we can win in a convincing manner." The Tao family's patriarch had a higher chance of ascending to the upper 5 realms than him. If he were to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden, it would be fine if he won. However, if he were to lose, or if an accident happened and he died under Huang He's sword, his position as a Mountain Lord would be over. Of course, the Mountain Lord knew that the Tao family's patriarch was just putting on a show. He knew very well the situation he was in as a mountain lord. Moreover, his words were extremely knowledgeable. Since the Tao family's patriarch was challenging the Wind Thunder Garden, challenging the Wind Thunder Garden's junior, it would be embarrassing for him to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. It was also inappropriate for him, the Mountain Lord, to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. Seeing the heavy atmosphere in the hall, the woman said, "Perhaps there's a way for that guest elder to become a direct disciple of the ancestral hall." On the seat opposite her, a patriarch leaned forward slightly. He asked with interest, "What do you mean? If he becomes our direct disciple and challenges the Wind Thunder Garden, are you sure he can win?" The woman shook her head. "It's very difficult. Although Yuanbai is also a nascent soul sword cultivator, he's still lacking compared to Huang He. The only thing Yuanbai can rely on is his flying sword's intrinsic divine ability that allows him to trade injuries for injuries." The patriarch twitched the corner of his mouth. Was this woman really asking for a scolding? The woman immediately added softly, "However, there's a chance for Huang He to be confirmed as the second Li Tuanjing. For example, his identity and his realm. However, if that's the case, our Xingyang Mountain might lose the Wind Thunder Garden." Once she said that, half of the Sword Immortal Patriarchs in the Ancestral Hall remained indifferent. This group of elders had never liked to bother with the affairs of Xingyang Mountain. They were obsessed with sword cultivation. However, the other half were usually people in important positions. They quickly communicated with each other through telepathy. The patriarch opposite the woman sneered, "That Yuanbai isn't stupid. If he becomes our ancestral hall's direct disciple today, he'll have to fight Huang He to the death tomorrow. After that, there might not be a day after tomorrow. Who would be willing?" The woman wanted to say something but stopped. The mountain master frowned. "Speak frankly." Only then did the woman carefully say, "The reason Yuanbai is willing to become our guest elder is that he hopes to protect that batch of sword cultivator embryos from the old Zhuing as much as possible. If our Xingyang Mountain agrees to this person's request, we'll give the old Zhuing people an additional direct disciple slot every 60 years. We'll also guarantee that this direct disciple will ascend to the upper 5 realms in the future. The deadline will be 500 years. After that, the contract between both parties will be nullified. If that's the case, it'll be difficult for Yuanbai to refuse. He might even be grateful to us." The patriarch opposite the woman nodded and said with a smile, "Since we can openly challenge the Wind Thunder Garden and protect the juniors of our homeland, Yuanbai should indeed thank us. He should thank us for giving him a worthy death with a clear conscience and a glorious end." An old sword cultivator suddenly stood up and silently left the ancestral hall. Soon after, several other elders followed suit and left. Xingyang Mountain's mountain master did not find this strange. The Tao family's patriarch did not even bother to look at them. A bunch of stubborn old farts. Don't you like to practice the sword? Don't you think it's beneath you to play tricks? If you're so capable, you should cultivate to the jade unpolished realm. It's a pity that you're a bunch of trash. You're not even nascent soul cultivators. If Xingyang Mountain relied on you guys, would they be able to become an immortal clan with the word sect? Would they be able to have a subordinate sect and suppress the Dragon Spring Sword sect? If we rely on you old trash who have practiced the sword for hundreds of years, would Xingyang Mountain be able to become the leader of Aquarius Continent? The woman was anxious. She was probably regretting her words at that moment. The mountain master looked at the woman and said with a rare smile, "This matter is settled. You go and persuade Yuanbai to become a direct disciple of the ancestral hall. After it's done, we will immediately spread the word that Yuanbai wants to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden." The woman nodded lightly. The mountain master was in a good mood. He found the woman pleasing to the eye. In the entire Xingyang Mountain, he was the only one who knew the inside story. The violet gold blade strengthening gourd that Su Jia was bestowed by the ancestral hall was something that this woman had found. She was very tactful, so she exchanged it for a seat in the ancestral hall. This matter was leaked by his teacher in the early years. It was enough for him to keep it in his heart and not spread it out. After his benefactor's death, the only one who knew about this not-so-big secret was him, the mountain chieftain. The mountain master said, "One last thing. Tell me about that Lu Xianyang." At this point, the mountain master glanced at the Tao family's patriarch with resentment. In the early years, the Tao girl and the mountain guardian consecrator traveled the Pearl Grotto heaven together. They did not expect that they would not be able to retrieve the sword manual, nor eliminate the root of the problem. They did not even get rid of a country boy who worked as a kiln worker. In the end, they left behind such a huge hidden danger. Although Li Tuanjing was still alive at that time, and Lu Xianyang's natal porcelain was said to have passed through the hands of the Wind Thunder Garden, the mountain-moving ape had some misgivings. It was also for the sake of Xingyang Mountain. It was inappropriate to completely fall out with the Wind Thunder Garden at that time. But now that he thought about it, it still gave the mountain master a headache. Of all things, the most hateful thing was to know earlier. The Tao family's patriarch turned his head and lifted his chin, pointing at the woman. Then he said to the mountain master, according to her information, Lu Xianyang is now a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect's ancestral hall. Because the Lu clan's ancestors were once the tomb keepers of the Melochin clan's ancestral graveyard, he later studied at the Melochin clan in the South Swirl continent for 10 years. What realm is Lu Xianyang at now? Did he have selfless contact with the Wind Thunder Garden? The woman stood up and took out a piece of paper from her sleeve. The Tao family's patriarch reached out and grabbed it, browsing through it first. The mountain master's expression was calm. He did not care about it at all. The Tao family's patriarch frowned and said, "It's just some trivial matter. Since he can become Luan Tuanjing's disciple, what realm is he at? Is he a sword cultivator? What's the natal magic of his flying sword? What kind of connections did he have when he was studying at the Melochin clan in the South Swirl continent? You don't even know." The Tao family's patriarch pushed the piece of paper to the mountain master. After the mountain master finished reading it, he said, according to the intelligence, this Lu Xianyang was someone who could not keep a secret when he was young. He loved to be in the limelight. When he returned to his hometown, did he talk to anyone about his studies? The woman shook her head and said, "His temperament has changed greatly. Although he likes to stroll around every day, he only talks with his neighbors about old stories from his hometown. He never mentions the Melochin clan. In fact, in the entire Huaihuang County, apart from Supervisor Chow and a few others, not many people know that he has become a disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. And on the Spiritual Grace Mountain, there are too few people from the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Ruan Chi's direct disciples can be counted on one hand. It's not suitable for us to spy on him, lest we become enemies with Ruan Chi. A cultivator like Ruan Chi is not only the chief consecrator of Dali, but he also has the Winds Now Temple as his backer. It's said that he has a good relationship with that sword Immortal Way. He's also a sword sect that competes with our great Tao. For the time being, it's not suitable for us to provoke him." The Tao family's patriarch laughed out loud and said, "He did say a few words that are quite knowledgeable." The mountain master lamented for no reason, "If we have Wei Jin, our Xingyang mountain will not have to worry about the future. I can even give up my position as mountain master to Wei Jin." Wei Jin had asked the Northern Reed Continent's heavenly monarch Xiesher twice. He was fully deserving of being the #1 sword immortal in the Aquarius continent. The woman turned a deaf ear. The mountain master asked, "Are you sure that Lu Xianyang's natal porcelain is in the hands of the Wind Thunder Garden?" The woman nodded, "There should be no mistake." The mountain master stretched out his fingers and rubbed his temples, now that things have come to this, it can be considered a death feud. Especially these young people who can't suffer any losses, they are the most vengeful. What if he asks the sword with us as a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect? When the time comes, how will Xinjiang Mountain deal with him? Kill him or not? It's a problem no matter how you look at it. What if he colludes with the Wind Thunder Garden, causing the Wind Thunder Garden and the Dragon Spring Sword sect to target Xinjiang Mountain together? Even if it's not a big problem, it's ultimately not a good thing. The woman said tentatively, I have an idea. Mountain Master, listen to it. The Mountain Master said with a gratified smile, tell me about it. If it really works and solves a potential problem, Xinjiang Mountain has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. When the Mountain Master said that, he glanced at an empty seat that was slightly in front of the woman's seat. The woman understood and immediately smiled, but she suddenly hesitated. The Mountain Master was even more understanding and said, there's nothing important for today's discussion. Everyone, go back and cultivate your swordsmanship. Some old sword cultivators stood up and left, leaving half of the ancestral hall empty. The woman then said, when a female cultivator of our Cheongji Peak was traveling in the Fox Nation, she fell in love with a disciple of the Lu family from the Liju Grotto Heaven in Clearwind City. Why don't we go with the flow and let them tie the knot and become a pair of immortal Tao companions? Then, we can discuss with the Su family of Clearwind City to let that man marry into Xinjiang Mountain. This person's ancestral home was Huaihuang County in Dali. He was from the Lu family of Fortune Street and had a death feud with Lu Xianyang more than once. That disciple of the Lu family almost beat Lu Xianyang to death in a shabby alley. Later on, when Last Tao was traveling in the Liju Grotto Heaven, this person was also chosen by the woman of the Su family of Clearwind City and helped to lead the way. Therefore, Lu Xianyang must have a lot of resentment towards this person. The Mountain Master nodded. He already understood the general idea. It was another unexpected surprise. Could it be that Xinjiang Mountain was really going to put this woman who always abided by the rules and didn't like to be in the limelight in an important position? The woman continued, we'll make the wedding more lively and then deliberately spread the news to Huaihuang County. Lu Xianyang will definitely hear about it. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Even if Lu Xianyang causes a ruckus at the wedding and kills that disciple of the Lu family, it's still better than Lu Xianyang suppressing his resentment in his heart. After that, it's actually a good thing. In the future, he won't have an excuse to be entangled with Xinjiang Mountain. The ancestral master sitting opposite the woman smiled again and said, soft-hearted. The woman didn't refute. The ancestral master said, as long as Lu Xianyang dares to make a move at the wedding, I can make that disciple of the Lu family die just right. Not only that, we can make that disciple of Cheongji Peak who just put on her dowry commit suicide afterwards. As for whether she really dies or fakes her death, it's not important. It's all up to us. At worst, we can just let him learn from Su Jia and conceal his identity. Xinjiang Mountain won't mistreat him. I don't believe that Wan Jia still has the face to protect that Lu Xianyang after such a ruckus. The woman said softly, Ancestral Master Yen is farsighted. The Ancestral Master leaned back in his chair, well said. The Mountain Master said, we still have to think of another reason for Lu Xianyang to have no choice but to come. The Tao family's ancestor smiled, simple. Let the patriarch of the Su family from Clearwind City attend the wedding. He's still wearing Lu Xianyang's ancestral blackmail armor. I believe Clearwind City wishes for Lu Xianyang's early death even more than we do. The woman exhaled softly. It seemed that she was rather tired after speaking so much today. On a snowy peak of Xinjiang Mountain, a master and servant were admiring the scenery in the corridor of an immortal mansion built on the edge of a cliff. The man was the sword cultivator of the old Zhuiying dynasty, Yuan Bai. The servant by his side was called Lu Kai. In front of outsiders, she was expressionless. She was lifeless and ugly. She was extremely unlikable. Yuan Bai was rather dejected. He didn't think that he would lose his home and country after just a trip to the snowy peak continent. The servant's hometown wasn't actually a vast world in the true sense. It was the renowned Tianjing blessed land of the snowy peak continent. The Tianjing blessed land was the private property of the snowy peak continent's Lu family. When it was first discovered, it was still a low-class blessed land with thin spirit qi. It was a high-class blessed land that was forcefully created with the money of immortals. Every year, there would be a grand occasion of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Every spring, the young women of the Lu family would wear rainbow-colored robes and scatter snow to spend money. It wasn't that the Lu family didn't have enough money, but that the blessed land was suppressed by the invisible Great Tao. It was at most a high-class blessed land. Even the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect could not compare to the Tianjing blessed land. Being unable to raise the rank of the blessed land was not a problem for the snowy peak continent's Lu family's god of wealth. It was rumored that the son of the first wife, Lu Yuzhou, accidentally made a joke when he was young and smashed a small grotto heaven. She was the ascendant realm founder of another sect. Regardless of whether it was age, cultivation, or identity, the disparity between the two was extremely great. The key point was that the two sects were originally mortal enemies that had been enemies for thousands of years. So when the two of them became Tao companions, almost half of the cultivators in the Qingming world were dumbstruck. Lu Xianyang shook the small bamboo chair, causing it to creak, and muttered, "Lu Xia Continent's dream tourist, interesting." Currently, many of the Aquarius Continent's cultivators, other than feeling honored, they were even more regretful. Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin had just passed 50 years old, and vassal King Song Zhangqiang had the same logic. If not, Song Zhangqiang and Wei Jin would both be in the top 10 young people, each occupying a spot, and then Ma Ku Xian would follow closely behind, becoming one of the 10 substitutes. Under the heavens, 2 lists, a total of 21 people. The world's smallest Aquarius continent would monopolize 3 people. Lu Xianyang suddenly turned his head and stared at Miyu, and said in a serious tone, "Brother Yumi, you are so outstanding and elegant. In the future, if Luopa Mountain has that mirror flower water moon job, you will definitely earn a lot. At that time, bring me along, I will be your green leaf." Miyu was dumbstruck. He suddenly understood the sincerity in Master Hidden Official's eyes. So Miyu immediately straightened his back and said, "Bring Wei Shanjun along, we will enjoy together." Lu Xianyang immediately said, "Let's have some more melon seeds, to celebrate." Miyu then took out the melon seeds given by Xiaomi Li, and gave half of it to Lu Xianyang. In the bustling Clear Breeze city, people from all walks of life mingled together. It was bustling with activity, all of them seeking wealth. The Su family also had the Fox country, so the Clear Breeze city was a famous hero's mound in the Aquarius continent. There was a young man who opened a perfume shop. He should not have reached the age of 30, his name was Yen Fang. He had a graceful bearing, as though he was a noble young master whose family had declined. A few years ago, in the Clear Breeze city that was filled with immortals, this shopkeeper was still unremarkable. The people that the perfume shop dealt with were naturally females, most of them were well-off women, or young ladies who loved to look beautiful. The man looked like he had not reached the age of 30, but from his eyes, it was as though he was already in his 40s. A man like that, who sold perfume, even if he did not treat his customers well, and was only considered to be courteous, his business would not be bad. A lady's hair, pearl hairpins, clothes, this shopkeeper knew everything. The young shopkeeper liked to shop in bookstores to buy books, and he got to know a bookseller friend from a rather well-off family. The bookseller's family was rich, and in the bookstore business in the Clear Breeze City, he was considered to be the biggest. But in the Clear Breeze City, he was not considered to be a wealthy household, and compared to the residences of the rich and powerful families where immortals frequented, it was not even worth looking at. Today, Yan Fong was dragged to the bookseller's house to drink, and after drinking, the bookseller started to call shopkeeper Yan his brother, and started to complain that it was not easy for him to establish himself in the Clear Breeze City, that it was so difficult to marry a beautiful daughter, and that he was being looked down upon by his future in-laws. He said that his business, if placed in any small vassal country, would be considered to be the richest county, but in the Clear Breeze City, he was being despised for having such low standards. And that daughter of his who had been filled with hidden bitterness, was no longer washing her face with tears every day. He said casually, "I'll drink tomorrow." The young shopkeeper who was about to become the Su family's worshipper still had a hurdle to overcome. But the woman had been with him for a long time, and for the first time, she could not bear to see him like this. But when she thought of the Su family head's methods and the fact that she was living under someone else's roof, she removed the camouflage technique and called out softly to Yan Fong. He slowly turned his head when he heard her and immediately opened his folding fan to cover his face. He no longer looked at her and said with a smile, "So it's the ruler of the Fox Kingdom. The human world is really blessed." The woman frowned, and with a wave of her sleeve, she slapped the folding fan out of his hand. She came before him in an instant and stretched out a finger to press against his forehead before she asked a few questions. She breathed a sigh of relief and retracted her finger. Looking at the young man who seemed to be asleep, she smiled and stretched out her finger again to press against his temples and tugged lightly. She could not help but take a few steps back. Her eyes widened and she covered her mouth with one hand and her other hand over her heart. The man frowned slightly and woke up. He opened his eyes and said coldly, "Get out." She calmed herself down and said with a smile, "Oh, so it's a hidden golden body realm cultivator." He reached out and grasped the folding fan in his hand. He stood up and suddenly smiled. He walked to her side and gently tapped her cheek with the folding fan. He smiled and said softly, "Good girl, be my maid from now on. There's no need to repay me with your body. You're actually not good looking and I'm afraid I'll be taken advantage of." She tilted her head slightly and looked away before meeting his eyes again. She raised her hand to push away the jade bamboo folding fan and said with a smile, as expected of a drunkard, "You really like to talk drunkenly." When the folding fan was pushed away, he slapped her face with the back of his hand. She seemed to be a little stunned. The ruler of the Fox Kingdom, a nascent soul realm cultivator, actually got slapped. He looked up at the night sky as if nothing had happened. She smiled sweetly and turned around. Quietly, she accompanied him to look at the night sky. Strangely, a full moon just happened to disappear into the clouds. The bright moon hid in the clouds, ashamed to see the people beside it. Zhu Lian used his voice to form a line and asked, "I've been waiting for you for many years. I can't take the initiative to look for you. I can only wait for you to come see me and wait for you to show yourself. What I'm going to say next is not drunken talk. Listen carefully." She began to feel conflicted. Based on her intuition, she didn't dare to listen to what he was going to say next. She said, "You'll soon be a third-rank consecrator of the Su clan in Clearwind City." Zhu Lian smiled, "Of course I'll continue to be a consecrator." She shook her head, "I advise you not to say unnecessary words. It's easy to draw legs on a snake. As a golden body realm cultivator, with a little effort, there's hope to become a first-rank consecrator in the future." Then she felt a chill in her heart. Something's wrong. This person definitely isn't just a golden body realm cultivator. As expected, that person said helplessly, "Unfortunately, I don't have that much free time. At most, I'll stay for another 3 years. A Clearwind city really doesn't have the qualifications to make me spend more time. She sneered, you'll die. It might be tonight, or at most tomorrow. Zhu Lian said to himself, do you want to move the entire fox country, to a place where your body and mind are free? At least it won't be like it is now. Every year, there will be a fox skin talisman leaving Clearwind City. I'm not in the 6th realm, 7th realm or 8th realm, but in the peak realm. If you don't agree, I can only kill you with one punch. She said in a trembling voice, are you crazy? Zhu Lian held the fan to his chin, with an intoxicating smile. He said, forget it, I really can't bear to kill you. If you don't agree, then go and inform the mistress of the Sioux clan in Clearwind City, and then let the city lord come and kill me. I want to experience the strength of the number 1 person in the Aquarius continent below the 5 realms. The premise is that he is willing to destroy half of Clearwind City. But if you agree, I will tell you the specific steps of the relocation in detail. 3 years is enough. After hearing it, you should be able to confirm that I'm not talking nonsense with you. She turned her head and stared at the side of his face. She didn't dare to look, but she had to look. This person's nonsense had moved her a little. But for some reason, she felt that he was more looking forward to her not agreeing. Zhu Lian took out a mask from his sleeve and gently covered his face. It was exactly the same as the young face from before. His movements were gentle and meticulous, like a woman putting on yellow flowers. It was as if he had expected that there would be a day where she would personally tear off the mask and agree to his request, so he used the mask. Zhu Lian lay back on the rattan chair. She stood in the same place, but when she turned her head and looked, she could no longer see the face from before. It made her feel relieved, but also a little regretful. She asked, what is your real name? Zhu Lian pointed at the bamboo curtain with his fan. Bamboo curtain. Homophone Zhu Lian. And the Sioux clan of Clearwind City was very concerned about the Luopa mountain in the Pearl Grotto heaven. As the mistress of the Fox clan that was related to half of the wealth of Clearwind City, she was very clear about this matter. She said angrily, do you really think I won't tell Clearwind City? If this person hadn't taken the initiative to reveal the heavenly secret, she would never have believed that the person in front of her was the stooped old steward on Luopa mountain. He waved the closed fan, saying, come and rub my shoulders. Her face was gloomy. Do you believe that I won't send a message to that lady? He said, do you believe it yourself? She said dejectedly, tell me about the steps. I'll make a decision after I hear it. Unexpectedly, Zhu Lian tapped her shoulder with his fan. She gritted her teeth, walked over and crouched down. She was about to suppress her shame and anger and help him rub his shoulders. Unexpectedly, Zhu Lian lay on his side and looked at her. He said with a smile, don't sneak into my room tonight. It's summer, there's no need to warm the bed. She asked curiously, take off your mask. He tapped her forehead with his fan, then lay back down. On such a bright moon night, you and I spoil the mood. She was speechless, then suddenly said something that Zhu Lian had said before, actually, I'm still used to your current face. He grunted in agreement. She asked, are you really a peak martial artist? He nodded. Senior Chui had passed away, Li Urjing had left Aquarius continent long ago. Her young master had not returned. Even Pei Qian had gone to another place. In the current Aquarius continent, there was only Song Zhangqiang left who was a 10th realm martial artist. If he could not quickly become a 10th realm martial artist, no matter how much face he had, he would not have the face to see anyone. He was just short of 1 or 2 fights. So the intuition of the master of Fox Country was not wrong. This martial maniac truly hoped that she would send a message to Clear Breeze City's Sioux family. In the past, when young Master Zhu Lian was roaming the Jianghu, when he was drunk and punched, it was the most mesmerizing to women, it was enough to make them drunk. She took a stool and sat beside the rattan chair, admiring the moon with him. The two were speechless. Zhu Lian gently opened his fan, fanning a cool breeze. The cool breeze brushed past their hair. She said, "Zhu Lian, can Fox Country really successfully move to Luopa Mountain? Can I really trust you? I'm afraid of death, and I'm even more afraid that the entire Fox Country will be implicated by me." He said, "Believe in yourself first, then believe in me." She was silent for a long time, and finally could not help but ask, "A person like you, why are you willing to work for Luopa Mountain?" He did not answer the question. Who isn't a bird in a cage, who isn't a guest in the human world? Zhu Lian, Zhu Lian, Zhu Yan Lian. 705. Outside the Thunder God Temple in the Mahu Mansion, Pei Axiang praised sincerely, "Good fist." It seemed that the words, "good fist," were not enough to describe the power of this fist. Pei Axiang rubbed her knees and nodded repeatedly. She added, "In terms of the length of the fist technique and the weight of the fist intent, I am not as good as the founder of this fist technique." What a good fist technique! What a waterfall hanging in the sky! The fist technique is very high and the fist is very heavy when it lands. None of the martial artists in the 10 states were easy to deal with. It was actually not easy to make a martial artist of the ultimate state sincerely admire the brilliance of other fist techniques. It turned out that the girl who called herself Pei Qian could throw out 17 punches with the same fist intent and hit Lu Suiyu, Pei Axiang's favorite disciple. Lu Suiyu had to stop the fist intent and did not dare to let Pei Qian add more fist intent. Lu Yuzhou, who was hiding behind Pei Axiang, stretched his neck and whispered, and Lu could only defend herself with more than 10 punches in a row. It is too exaggerated. No one would believe it if it was spread. Pei Axiang laughed and scolded, "You know nothing. The 17 punches of the girl are only one punch." On the square outside the Thunder God Temple, the fist intent was surging. Pei Axiang's fist intent flowed slowly and quietly protected Lu Yuzhou behind her. As for Lu Mama, she did not have such treatment. Even though she was in the earth immortal state, she still felt uncomfortable watching the fight from afar. The square was affected by the fist intent and the light was distorted everywhere. This was the sign of a pure martial artist shaking the world with his fists. Lu Mama was not worried that Suiyu would lose. There were thousands of martial artists in the Snow Mountain continent. Of course, Pei Axiang of the Thunder God Temple had the highest state. However, as long as Suiyu could reach the peak state, he would be the strongest. Lu Suiyu had been the strongest 3 times. It was strange. According to her master Pei Axiang's prediction, according to the signs of the martial arts fate in the world, Lu Suiyu had missed the title of strongest several times. It seemed to be related to the small Aquarius continent. This meant that other than Dali Song Zhangqiang, there were at least 2 grandmasters in the 9th state hiding there. Lu Yuzhou was filled with emotions. He spoke slowly. "I've heard of Treasure Vase Continent's Luopa Mountain. They have a close relationship with Cloud-Splitting Mountain's North Peak Mountain monarch Wei Ba. The business of Oxhorn Mountain's ferry is very good, and they are currently doing business with Ju Lu Continent's Beaded Hemp Sect and Spring Dew Garden. Just that I have never heard of such a young lady with such a powerful fist technique. The Aquarius continent is truly a strange place. The size of a grain of rice always makes people surprised." Pei Axiang teased, "Kid, who are you siding with?" Lu. Hearing his tone, it seemed like it was normal for Lu Suiyu to not retaliate from the start. Axiang could only patiently explain for this layman, "This young lady is a Wenquan practitioner and also a guest. With Sueyu's age and cultivation, she can be considered his senior. She is also half a host. According to the rules of the underworld, she has to receive the fist first. Of course, the young lady has trained her fist to perfection. If the opponent's fist is good, we have to acknowledge it. As for Sueyu's fist, it is the great river horizontal stance that I comprehended when I saw the flood dragon crossing the river. Of course, it is not bad. Actually, the great river horizontal fist that Lu Sueyu used to break the opponent's fist intent was also amazing. It was taught by Oxiang. Of course, Lu Sueyu's fist intent was at the peak of the mountain peak realm. He was one realm higher than Pei Qian. Otherwise, if they were both in the far wandering realm, this Wen Quan fist would probably be able to determine the winner with Pei Qian's fist. Lu Sueyu not only broke the opponent's fist intent with one fist, but also hit Pei Qian's temple with the second fist, sending the latter flying dozens of feet away. Pei Qian's head shook, and his body flipped upside down in the air. He placed his palm on the ground and grabbed the ground, stopping his body from moving horizontally and flipping backward. In an instant, Lu Sueyu appeared beside Pei Qian and threw out half a fist. Because Pei Qian did not appear at the expected position, if Pei Qian took the fist, the Wen Quan fist would have ended. If a fist from a peak of the 9th realm hit him, this junior would have to stay in the Leigong Temple for a few months to recuperate before continuing his travels. Lu Sueyu took back his fist, but did not chase after Pei Qian. Instead, he stood where he was. This female martial artist of the Mountain Peak realm was a bit surprised. The young lady's body was unbelievably tough. Oxiang smiled. If you can make the young lady a consecrator of the Lu family, your father can at least earn back an upside-down mountain. Lu Yuzhou shook his head and said, my father told me not to do business with a true friend. It's easy to not be friends, and business can't end well. Either way, it's a loss. The Lu family had an ancestral rule that there were two kinds of wealth in the world. One was the real divine wealth, and the other was the human heart. Oxiang said sarcastically, how can the young lady be your friend? Have you asked her? Did she agree? Lu Yuzhou was silent. He looked at the beautiful young lady, who was slightly darker than the snow. In the sky above the Leigong Temple, Xie Songhua's sword aura was like floating clouds, giving the two direct disciples a place to stand. Zhao Mu was holding the bamboo box, and Zhao Mu was holding the mountain walking staff. She realized that the green bamboo staff was very heavy. Her master explained that the mountain walking staff was a camouflage. Its real material was similar to the liquid of the thunder pool, and it was refined into the shape of a mountain walking staff. Zhao Mu said that there seemed to be strands of pure sword wills in the mountain walking staff. Xie Songhua took the mountain walking staff and sensed the sword wills carefully. She sighed slightly, saying that it was a gift from the female sword fairy of the Great Wall of Sword Energy, Shou Qing. Zhao Mu asked, Master, is Sister Pei's martial art realm comparable to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator? Xie Songhua said, as long as the opponent is not a sword cultivator, Pei Qian has a chance of winning against a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, the female sword fairy soon changed her mind. She has a great chance of winning. It was because once Pei Qian experienced a life-and-death battle, she could break through the realm again and kill a nascent soul realm cultivator on the mountain peak. Seeing Lu Sueyu stop and pull back his fist, Pei Qian had no choice but to stabilize her stumbling body. She furrowed her brows slightly, as if she was wondering why Senior Lu didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue her. As a result, her fist missed its target. She had been punched by Lu Sueyu on one side of her temple. Of course, it wasn't a good feeling. However, Pei Qian didn't think that it would affect her fighting ability. Otherwise, it would be a big joke for her to practice martial arts in the bamboo house and Senior Li Air's Lion Peak. In the Luopa mountain where she was from her master to Grandpa Chui, the old chef, and herself, who was the weakest and had the lowest cultivation level, the only use of injuries was to increase the fist intent. It was also a camouflage. When the time came, the next punch would be the drum-beating style of the deity, and it would be faster and heavier than the first punch. The old chef once said, "Unless I die, the question-seeking fist won't stop." The most important thing for a martial artist to practice martial arts was to first punch to kill the human body's instinct of being afraid of death and pain. At that time, Pei Qian had just gone to the second floor of the bamboo house to practice his martial arts. Many of old chef's casual words when he was wearing an apron, cooking with a spatula, or eating with a spoon were ignored by Pei Qian. It was not until later when he traveled to the North Continent with Li Huai and had nothing to do that they practiced their martial arts every day that Pei Qian picked up those words that he had deliberately forgotten. They were like strips of pickled vegetables in a jar. Pei Qian would take them out and chew them repeatedly until they were crunchy. Pei Qian felt that old chef's words were actually quite good. Lu Suiyu smiled and asked, "Pei Qian, the martial arts of the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion are not just for being beaten. Once you use your fist, it won't be light. Should we stop at a certain point in this question-seeking fist, or should we stop at full strength?" Pei Qian said without hesitation, "I choose the latter. Senior Lu, you don't have to worry about whether I will be injured or not. When the question-seeking fist ends, both of us will be standing, so it won't be counted." Lu Suiyu nodded with a smile. Pei Qian's temper was really good. Since she was able to block Pei Qian's fist with the Great River crossing and then break her opponent's fist intent, she could be considered to have won the first round of the question-seeking fist. However, Lu Suiyu was one level higher than Pei Qian after all, and he didn't let her use her full fist. Therefore, the first round could be considered a draw. Pei Qian stepped on the ground lightly and stared at Lu Suiyu. "Senior Lu's previous punch showed your style. I appreciate it. But if you still deliberately let me use your fist technique, it means that the martial arts of the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion look down on the martial arts of the Luopa Mountain." Lu Suiyu laughed and said, "Okay, then I will think highly of you, a martial artist of the Luopa Mountain." Pei Qian said in the end, "If I lose, it's because I am not good at martial arts, not because the martial arts of the Luopa Mountain are not good enough." Lu Suiyu slowly opened a fish stance. The woman's arms were intertwined with several lightning bolts. Her eyes were pale golden. She said, "I don't care if you are good or not. Just lie down and talk." Pei Axiang rubbed between her eyebrows and said, "This little girl seems to be used to asking for a beating." Lu Yuzhou said, "Don't hurt the harmony." Moreover, he was not just anyone. Alas, it was a pity that no one bullied Qiaomu. Master was too good. He was too invincible in the White Mountain continent. On the square, Pei Qian was hit in the face by Lu Suiyu's elbow. He fell to the ground with a thud. He immediately blocked with his hands, blocking Lu Suiyu's foot that was aimed at his heart. If Pei Qian was hit by the foot, the Wenquan would be over. Pei Qian slid back 100 feet on the ground. As soon as he hit the ground with his palm and got up, Lu Suiyu, who followed him like a shadow, hit him in the chest with his knee. The slender young woman flew out with a loud bang and fell to the ground. When Lu Suiyu's feet landed on the ground, he let out a mouthful of murky air. He punched out a series of 9th-level fists. Although he did not use all of his power, the pure jinqi of a martial artist stopped there. Lu Yuzhou thought that today's Wenquan was a good match for both sides. He looked at the young girl who stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Then, she got into a fish stance again. It seemed that she didn't notice her injury at all. For some reason, Lu Yuzhou thought of the Wen Quan Quan Chao Ci in the ruins of the ancient battlefield in the Jinjiao state. It was a similar scene, but a little different. Lu Yuzhou was not a martial artist, so he couldn't tell what the difference was. Maybe Yu Zhuanfu knew he was no match for Lu Yuzhou. Maybe Yu Zhuanfu knew that Yu Zhuanfu knew he was no match for Auntie Lu. But the more Yu Zhuanfu behaved like this, the more powerful Auntie Lu would be. Lu Yuzhou couldn't bear to watch any longer. He turned around and glanced at the bamboo flute in Pei Xiang's hand. Xiang, the ancestral bamboo of the Green Immortal Mountain, seldom leaves the bamboo sea cave. Most of them are given by that madam herself. Including the Confucian Temple and the Forest of Merit, there are only 4 or 5 places in the whole world. Let alone the ordinary green bamboo in the bamboo sea cave, all the bamboo products made from the ancestral bamboo are recorded by the mountain god government. Your bamboo flute has never been recorded. Is there a reason? I asked Auntie Lu before, but she refused to tell me. Pei Xiang's expression turned strange. She shook her head and gently twirled the bamboo flute in her hand. The yellowed bead gently tapped the bamboo flute. Pei Xiang smiled. I can't bear to look back on the past. Lu Yuzhou wasn't afraid of this. He lowered his voice and said, I'll double the offerings for the next 10 years. Pei Xiang raised 2 fingers. Lu Yuzhou slapped Xiang's fingers away and smiled. Xiang, you're a straightforward person. Deal. Pei Xiang then said, have you heard of a bastard called Alliance? Lu Yuzhou nodded. Xiang, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course I've heard of that senior's name. Besides, my auntie has never forgotten that man. Who doesn't know of this in the White Border Continent? He broke the Great Blasphemy River in the Central Continent with one fist. He once carried the ancestral mountain with the word sect and moved it over 10 li. But these are not what I admire the most. I heard that before he fights, he likes to recite a poem. I admire him the most. He called himself the little butterfly in 100 flowers, handsome brother in 10 li 8 villages. In my opinion, this is not an undeserved reputation. There are so many fairies who admire him. Hearing this, Nanny Lu was extremely worried. It would be best if his young master did not learn from that man. Pei Xiang raised her finger and pointed at the bamboo flute. I was beaten up by him and received this as compensation. Lu Yuzhou touched a sore spot. How many of you fought him alone? Pei Xiang said helplessly, 5 or 6. Lu Yuzhou patted her shoulder lightly. Xiang, you're good. If this gets out, you'll gain face. Pei Xiang smiled. That's true. It was not embarrassing. After all, there was once a mountain where 10 people besieged one person, and only one person escaped. Actually, when he was in the vast world, that man's swordsmanship was not obvious. It was only after he had traveled for 100 years in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and slain a great demon at the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm with his sword that the entire vast world, especially the central divine continent that he was used to wreaking havoc on, came to realize that the son of AB*TCH was actually so impressive. As for later, this person ascended and left the vast world, went to the sky beyond sky, and finally exchanged a punch with the Beko Kekyung building's really invincible second brother, and each of them beat the other back to their hometowns. It was even more shocking. Being the same age as some people, in the same era, seemed to be both worthy of sorrow and glory. Just like Pei Xiang's group, they met Alliance. Earlier people met the most proud person in the world who attracted the water from the sky with a sword. Now, all the young martial artists in the world met Chao Ci and the 11th hidden official. Thinking of this, Pei Xiang glanced at the 2 people who were still practicing on the square. Pei Qian was hit by Lu Suiyu's whip kick again, and his body swayed. After trying to stabilize his body, Lu Suiyu gave him 6 punches in a row. His forehead, cheeks, and neck were all hit by 2 punches. The 2 punches in the same place was one of the essence of the fist art of Ma Hu Mansion's Thunder God Temple, called Stack Thunder. It was a new move that Pei Xiang comprehended after reaching the 10th level. It seemed to be the same fist art, but the fist intent was exactly the opposite. It was the best way to hurt the martial artist's fist intent or chi refining palace. In the end, Pei Qian's chest was hit heavily by 2 punches in a row. His feet left the ground, and he fell to the ground. The skinny girl, who was only in her early 20s, was actually able to immediately stand up and stand still after touching the ground with her elbow and twisting her body. She had suffered quite a serious injury. The outcome of the battle was obvious, but the little girl's fist intent did not decrease, but instead increased. Bleeding from the 7 orifices was a small matter for a martial artist in the far travel realm. Pei Xiang nodded. Lu Suiyu's expression became serious. At the same time, he was a little angry. He had already changed 2 puffs of pure Qi, but his opponent had not changed a single puff. Of course, it was not that Lu Suiyu had weakened his opponent's fist intent, but he wanted to teach her the fist art. That was why he changed his Qi twice. But this little girl was too stubborn. That woman ignored the man and asked directly, "You're both a Confucian scholar and a sword cultivator, but you want to use your fists to fight the enemy? Are you deliberately humiliating these people?" The woman glanced at the man who was carrying a sword on his back and asked again, "If you dare to steal bamboo shoots and bamboo sticks here, then you have nothing to do with being a scholar. Do you want to challenge our Azure Immortal Mountain?" That man shook his head and gently pulled up his belt. He slightly shifted his gaze, not daring to look at the woman, and smiled shyly. A real man would not easily use his sword. Everything was understood without words. After that, there was a chaotic chase. That guy called Alliance ran all over the Bamboo Sea Cave, which happened to be his deliberately vague catchphrase, "Do you believe that I've been chased by countless fairies?" Chasing after people was probably also considered a pursuit. Until he met the legendary, beautiful, barefoot, and peerless green hair Madam of the Azure Immortal Mountain. There was a new story that was not known to outsiders. After that, there were different opinions, and there was no conclusion. Alliance liked Pei Xiang, so they got to know each other after a fight. He helped Pei Xiang cut a piece of green bamboo from the Azure Immortal Mountain and let her take it out of the Bamboo Sea Cave. After hearing this wonderful story, Lu Yuzhou couldn't help but ask, "Xiang, didn't you return to the Azure Immortal Mountain later and participate in the night traveling banquet? Did Alliance take your surname?" Pei Xiang said helplessly, "He meant that he didn't mind changing his surname and becoming our ancestor." Lu Yozhou's eyes were opened. How could this work? It made sense. Pei Xiang stood up with the bamboo flute, intending to ask both sides to stop fighting. If they continued fighting, there would be a sickbed in the small Thunder God Temple. That one-track-minded girl had already fallen to the ground 7 times. Lu Suiyu was also really angry. Every time he punched, he was getting closer to the completion of the peak of the 9th state. Half of the ordinary people in the far wandering state would have been hit by the overlapping thunders. They would have fallen to the ground and vomited blood. And it was not as simple as a broken bone. No matter how strong the body of the far wandering state was, it couldn't withstand the destruction of a warrior in the peak state. Both sides were only using the Q-asking fist. Even if Lu Suiyu could use this to increase his fist intent and help her improve further, Pei Xiang didn't think it was in line with the rules of Jianghu. People in Jianghu were pure warriors. There should be a limit to protecting the weak. Severely injuring a girl one state lower would increase the martial arts fate of the Thunder God Temple in the Mahu Mansion. It was very embarrassing. Pei Aoxiang couldn't afford to lose face like this. So Pei Aoxiang said, "It's about time." Xie Songhua nodded slightly. Pei Aoxiang was kind. Otherwise, she would have attacked if he didn't say anything. The higher the realm, the bigger the problem. For example, the first level of Limitless Realm was the flourishing of energy. The human body was a small world. Once the bones and meridians in the body were broken, how could one flourish? Pei Aoxiang himself had suffered a huge loss. Although he had a very feminine name, his fist techniques were famous for being fierce. In his early years, he was even more arrogant. The reason why he became the third consecrator of the Liu family wasn't because he was greedy for money. As a pure martial artist, he cared about nothing else. The main reason was that he was worried about his disciples' path of retreat and inheritance. Although Pei Aoxiang had the appearance of a handsome young master, he was actually old. He was about the same age as the old man from the North Continent, Wang Dingyi. Pei Aoxiang had made too many enemies when he was young, and Wang Dingyi was just one of them. Pei Aoxiang knew that because he had indeed reached the second level of level 10 martial artist, the pure realm. Unfortunately, his foundation of flourishing energy was terrible. Now, Pei Aoxiang was trying his best to keep himself from feeling hopeless. Therefore, in the past few years, Pei Aoxiang had occasionally taught Lu Suiyu and the other two direct disciples. He wanted them to remember one thing. Their fist techniques should not only be good, but also great. They had to pursue a grand and magnificent fist technique. For example, they should learn from the traveling sword immortal from the North Continent. However, other than Lu Suiyu, the other two direct disciples and the 7 direct disciples obviously didn't really understand what Pei Aoxiang meant. None of them went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to train their body and fist intent. Some pretended that they didn't know. They didn't want to die at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The reason was simple. Even sword immortals would die. Martial artists would only die faster there. Usually, once they left the city, they were destined to die. Some thought that they had reached the end of the path of martial arts and started to enjoy life. They tried their best to pass on their fist techniques to the third-generation disciples of the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion. They said that they wanted to help their ancestor, Pei Aoxiang, spread his family and conquer a continent with his fist. Of course, there were also some who served as generals in the mortal dynasties. They needed to help the monarch suppress and gather the martial arts fate of a country. They couldn't leave. Pei Aoxiang's first disciple was in such a situation. Most of the time, after careful selection, he would finally accept a few disciples that he was proud of. He would cultivate them wholeheartedly for decades and pass on the true meaning of the fist art. However, as time passed, the disciples would have their own lives. Over time, all that was left was the title of master and disciple. She bent her knees slightly and sent out a palm, one fist clenched in front of her. She didn't punch out, just a fist stance. Xie Songhua brought the 2 kids and rode the wind a few hundred feet away. Pei Aoxiang squinted her eyes on the steps and then took a step to block in front of Lu Yuzhou. Behind the young girl, it was like a sun had broken through the surface of the ocean, rising into the world and then suddenly hanging in the air. When I punch out, I am like the sun in the sky. All martial artists in the world can only kowtow. The 6th dynasty of the Central Plains Divine Continent, Xiao Yuan Dynasty. Imperial tutor Cao Pu and his proud disciple Lin Junbai started to review the early plans of Embroidered Tiger in Aquarius Continent. It was as warm as spring inside the pavilion, but outside it was snowing heavily. However, this grand tutor was a man of few words. He let Lin Junbai explain to him the intricate and complicated strategies of the Great Li dynasty on and below the mountain, commenting on their advantages and disadvantages and explaining where the advantages and disadvantages lay. Lin Junbai did not have to worry about making mistakes in his understanding and could speak freely. This wasn't strange in the imperial tutor's residence, because Chao Pu always thought that the biggest problem in the world was that everyone had different levels of knowledge, but he liked to be a teacher, but he didn't know how to be one. Therefore, Chao Pu had a strange habit of teaching and dispelling doubts. He liked to let the disciples who thought they had achieved something, regardless of their age, imitate those teachers in the school. They could either explain the principles to others in the school, or convince themselves in the study room first, using reason to convince others and themselves first. When Lin Junbai was deep in thought, Chao Pu would talk about something else. Between teacher and student, they wouldn't be distracted. This imperial tutor, who was second only to one person in Shao Yuan dynasty, wore a laurel belt, had a thin appearance, and held a snow-white horsetail whisk on his arm. The key was that the old man was very scholarly and easygoing. He didn't look like a person who was entrusted with the power of the country by the emperor, but more like a scholar who was leisurely traveling in the woods. Chao Pu smiled. The 3.5 direct disciples of the literary sage can barely be counted as 4. Of course, now there's one more disciple, the hidden official Qin Pingan. Our Confucian orthodoxy is generally divided into 6 main branches, and the branch of the old scholar is the most withered. Especially one of them, he has never admitted that he belongs to the Confucian branch. He only recognizes teachers, not the orthodoxy of the Confucian temple. Because of their different temperaments, these 4 people were once known as the spring, summer, autumn, and winter seasons. The old Confucian said slowly, no matter who it is, they will feel refreshed when they get along with Qi Jingchen. Lin Junbai asked, I heard that before Mr. Qi became the hill master of the academy, his temper wasn't very good? His teacher could call Qi Jingchen by his name, but Lin Junbai had to respectfully call him Mr. Qi. Even though they were teacher and disciple, Lin Junbai didn't want to overstep the rules. Chao Pu smiled, the cold of spring kills the young. The old man then said, scholars are approachable, reasonable, and courteous. They're not trying to be nice. Scholars have spirit and strength of character, how can they be a pile of mud? That sword immortal was like a scorching summer, easily making people feel the heat. Outsiders from the branch of the literary sage couldn't get close to him. Scholars were upright and unapproachable. Later on, he turned to swordsmanship, and accidentally became the best swordsman in the world. There's no reason to talk about it. The Hill Lord of the Academy, whose natal name was Water, was also a sword immortal, and the Patriarch of Paper White Blessed Land, and so on. They all recognized Cui Dong's knowledge and character from the bottom of their hearts. However, Cui Dong wasn't the kind of person who liked to call his friends, so Cui Dong became quieter and quieter. It wasn't until the world was turned upside down and the mountains and rivers changed color that Cui Dong reappeared in the eyes of the world. It was difficult to ignore him now. For example, Chao Pu didn't like Cui Dong. He wanted Cui Dong to die of old age as the imperial tutor of Dali. Now, Cui Dong helped Dali occupy a continent and stopped the demons from heading north to the Aquarius continent. Chao Pu admired Cui Dong, but he only recognized Cui Dong's profound knowledge and foresight. It didn't mean that Chao Pu could accept Cui Dong's betrayal of his master. So much so that Chao Pu had always viewed Cui Dong's hasty introduction of knowledge, and his betrayal of the literary lineage as the crucial turning point of the literary saint lineage's decline. But Chao Pu was also the imperial tutor of a continent, and compared to other scholars, he had to admit that Cui Dong's knowledge was pushed to the extreme in the Aquarius continent. Up and down the mountain, the entire continent was in the hands of Cui Dong. Chao Pu sighed softly, winter is the best time to dry books. People's hearts are dark and selfish, and it was brought out by Xiao Hu to see the light of day. If not, which vassal state of the Aquarius continent doesn't have enmity with their country, and their hearts will definitely not be any better than the Tongyi continent. Lin Junbai lowered his head to look at the Aquarius continent's chessboard, and said softly, Xiao Hu is truly ruthless. His heart is ruthless, and his hands are even more ruthless. Even in the Aquarius continent, where a country is a continent, in the face of a calamity, there were many scholars who resigned from their positions, immortal masters who left their sects, and cultivators who went into hiding. But the Dali dynasty seemed to have predicted this, and did not wait for the situation to escalate, and quickly came out with a set of countermeasures, and worked extremely quickly. It was obvious, as though they had always been waiting for these people to surface. Dali's young emperor Song He issued an imperial decree, and ordered all the vassal states of the continent. All the vassal states' generals and ministers, who dared to disobey the laws of Dali, or disobeyed in the back, or were passive and lazy, would be held accountable, and there would be evidence to check, and laws to follow. Those who dared to not report, those who reported the good news but not the bad news, and those who stirred up trouble, would all be recorded by the vassal states' rulers, and the detailed records would be immediately handed over to Dali's civil and military officials. The local Dali army had the authority to go over the vassal states' rulers, and act first and report later. The hundreds of officials who resigned in the Aquarius continent, according to the new Dali law, their descendants for 3 generations would not be able to enter the official path, and would be reduced to nothingness. Not only that, the various imperial courts and government offices would also cancel all the banners, arches, and plaques that were given to the families in history. They would either remove them on the spot or take them back. Not only that, the imperial court ordered the local officials to repair the county records, and record the names of the people who resigned. In Lakeview Academy, a scholar who was known as a great gentleman was personally in charge of this matter, working together with Dali's Ministry of Personnel and Ministry of Rights, and went everywhere. Chao Pu continued, but the bad news is that the demon's core has always been the Tongyi continent, the Aquarius continent, the North continent, and the White Jade continent. Just you wait. The first time the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor makes a move in the world, it will definitely be on the Aquarius continent. And it will definitely be the work of someone powerful. The old scholar glanced at the sky. He was silent for a while, and then said, Junbai, turning the tide is a magnificent feat. Mending the mountains and rivers is also a feat. You have to become close friends with righteous and innocent people. You also have to learn how to control those flies and dogs. Only then can you really do something. Otherwise, at most, you can be a lecturer, a teacher, or a famous talker. It's not bad, but it's not good enough. Lin Junbai bowed. Mister, you have taught me. I am temporarily unable to stop the fall of the heavens. I am willing to be a heaven-mending craftsman. Chao Pu nodded. The snow was getting heavier, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. But when the snow melted, the roads would be even more muddy. When the snow melted, it was the coldest, and the most visible. The old scholar suddenly asked, that hidden official, what kind of person is he? Lin Junbai thought for a while, then answered, a smart and good person. Chao Pu muttered to himself, Qi Jingchen has passed away, and he is trapped in the Tongyi sect. Cui Dong is guarding the Aquarius continent, and his last disciple is left alone in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old scholar is really willing. Lin Junbai could not help but say, Chen Pingon once said that a truly magnificent feat can be seen everywhere in the human world. The light of human kindness can be seen everywhere. It depends on whether we are willing to open our eyes and look at the human world. Chao Pu smiled. Traveling tourists on a snowy night, even if there is a flickering light, it will still be comforting. On the road of life, it is true that every bit of light you see even if you are in the human world at night, your eyes and heart will be brighter. The old scholar suggested that the fifth world be named the Pure World, but the Central Earth Confucian Temple did not agree, and the matter was still shelved. Chao Pu suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Good fellow, let's not talk about human nature and talk about good and evil first, only talking about good and kind people so that the Confucian orthodoxy can put more effort into the matter of education." This sentence is clearly borrowed from your mouth to say to the scholars of our secondary sage lineage. Lin Junbai was slightly nervous. Another flying sword message arrived. After Chao Pu read the secret letter, he was in a daze. Lin Junbai said softly, "Teacher." Chao Pu came back to his senses and said, "Our Confucian lineage specially wrote a moral essay, explaining what a mellow scholar is." Lin Junbai's face was gloomy. Was it instigated by someone behind the scenes, or did it come from the heart? Chao Pu threw the secret letter and smashed it with his horsetail whisk. He sneered, "How stupid." Lin Junbai rubbed his face with both hands. The old scholar said self-deprecatingly, "I'm suddenly a little envious of Cui Dong." Apart from the Ascension City in the middle, the sword cultivators, under the lead of the criminal official lineage, opened up 8 immortal mountains with abundant spiritual qi in the surrounding area of the city in a spurt of energy. They either built manors on the mountains or built cities near the rivers. They also created mountain and river formations and secretly placed treasures. This was equivalent to drawing a different type of restriction that covered a radius of 1,000 miles. This would be the first mountain and river boundary of the Ascension City. Naturally, it would continue to expand outwards. A sword cultivator who had traveled to this place became the first guest to visit the Ascension City. Actually, he wasn't really a guest. He could even be considered half a family member. This was because he was Deng Liang of the Snow Mountain continent. As a sword cultivator of the old secluded official lineage of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had stayed in the Summer Palace for many years. He was naturally very familiar with Su Ning and Guizhuzhou. When he left the inverted hanging mountain, the young secluded official wrote a personal letter to Deng Liang, who was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul realm. The sect that Deng Liang belonged to quickly began to operate in secret so that Deng Liang could enter the fifth world and find an opportunity to break through there. There, he would obtain additional fortune. Whether it was for Deng Liang or the sect that he belonged to, it was a good thing. In the letter, the young secluded official reminded Deng Liang that if he could convince the sect's Hall of Ancestral Masters to let him go to the New World, it would be best to go to the Tongyi continent and not the South Swirl continent or the Fuyao continent. However, regarding this matter, he must not mention it to the sect. Finally, at the end of the second year of Jia Chun, everything was ready. Deng Liang chose to travel to the North Continent, the Aquarius Continent and the Tongyi Continent. Deng Liang purposely passed by the Tai Hui Sword Sect's Pian Ran Peak in the North Continent, the Fuping Sword Lake in the middle, and the Luopa Mountain and the Feng Shui Temple in the Aquarius Continent. However, Deng Liang did not visit any of them. Even though the sect had already spoken to the Confucian Temple and an academic palace to help Deng Liang obtain a very important document, Deng Liang was still a little worried. He was worried that the Tongyi continent, which was too far away, would be a mess of brains. In fact, the root of the problem was that Deng Liang's impression of the Tongyi continent was too bad. He didn't even have a good impression of the 3 academies there. Deng Liang was even prepared to be rejected there. Deng Liang arrived at the gate of the Tongyi continent at the turn of summer in the 3rd year of Jia Chun. Then, Deng Liang changed his mind and stayed there for almost 3 years. He guarded the gate with Seniors Sua and Wang Shizi. Deng Liang only entered the 5th world when the gate was about to close. Then, he rode on his sword all the way to the Ascension City. Along the way, Deng Liang relied on the sword will accumulated from the 3 years of guarding the gate with Seniors Sua and Zhua. Together with Senior Sua's guidance, he finally entered the unpolished Jade Realm in the New World. Coincidentally, at the Zifu Mountain in the southeast of the Ascension City, Deng Liang met the leader of the penal officers who was supervising the formation. He was Qi Shou, who had also entered the unpolished Jade Realm. Qi Shou was clearly very surprised by Deng Liang's arrival. He was even more enthusiastic and personally brought Deng Liang to tour the Zifu Mountain. He saw the ancient stone tablet that had already been set as a forbidden area. There were 2 lines of ancient seal characters inscribed on it, 6 holes red cloud mysterious book, 3 purities green seal of the purple mansion. Qi Shou and Deng Liang did not hide anything. They frankly said that they had already dug out a simple jade box at the foot of the mountain. However, they could not open it for the time being. They really did not dare to act rashly. They were worried that they would trigger the ancient restriction and destroy the box along with its contents. Even if Deng Liang came from the lineage of the old hidden officials, Qi Shou's sincerity towards this foreign sword cultivator who had gone out of the city many times to fight was truly from the bottom of his heart. This was because the 2 of them had cooperated once on the battlefield and cooperated very well. In reality, Qi Shou did not have a good impression of Chao Gun and Xianxin, these young foreigners. He only hit it off with Deng Liang. After arriving at the Zifu Mountain, Deng Liang was no longer in a hurry to enter the Ascension City. In any case, he had to wait 100 years before he could leave this new world that did not even have a name. Deng Liang was not delusional enough to think that he could break through 2 realms in a row within 100 years and enter the Ascension realm. Fortunately, there was still an era name. It was said that the time and weight of these 2 matters were still undecided at the moment. After Qi Shou heard this, he was slightly stunned. It was obvious that he did not realize the significance of these 2 matters. Deng Liang did not hide anything and directly told Qi Shou why these 2 matters could not be underestimated. One was related to the time and some kind of great Tao manifestation of the calendar, while the other determined the weight of all things in the world. As for the undercurrents that were surging within the Ascension City, Deng Liang could roughly guess the general situation after thinking about it for a while. After all, when it came to the matters of the sects, the mountains, and the vast world, the immortal masters of the archives were much more familiar than the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Deng Liang would not take the initiative to get involved. Therefore, Deng Liang followed Qi Shou to the Ascension City. However, he did not restore his identity as a sword cultivator of the hidden official lineage. Instead, he became the first honorary official in the history of the Ascension City. Then, Deng Liang went to see Dong Bujue, a lady who made Deng Liang understand that he was destined to be unable to get what he wanted. Dong Bujue had just returned to the Ascension City and went to drink at the Stacked Cliff wine shop. Deng Liang walked on the street that was not unfamiliar to him. He realized that the shop did not have the head shopkeeper and the second shopkeeper, but business was still good. However, the substitute shopkeeper had become a hunchbacked man. At this moment, he was drinking with Dong Bujue at the same table. Luo Zhini and Guozhuzhou were also there. It was just nice that each of them had a bench. The shopkeeper with the surname Zheng was the only man. No wonder he was full of smiles and spittle as he talked about the local customs of the Aquarius continent. When Deng Liang sat down, the man happened to talk about the past of the Pearl Grotto Heaven and the young hidden official. No one would be courteous to Deng Liang. After greeting him, there was no need for pleasantries. Deng Liang said that he had finally broken through. At most, Luo Zhini congratulated him. Guozhuzhou applauded him. Dong Bujue did not even bother to say anything. Deng Liang liked this kind of familiar atmosphere because he was not treated as an outsider. Guozhuzhou kept pouring wine for Jing Dafeng. Guozhuzhou scratched her head and continued to lean on the table, staring at the white wine bowl in front of her. I thought my master would turn into a young man with a whoosh, and then become the master I'm familiar with. Jing Dafeng took a sip of wine and said no more. Deng Liang suddenly said, previously, someone ranked the top 10 young people in the world. Just the hidden official alone was ranked as the 11th. At least it means that the hidden official is still in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and has reached the peak of Martial Mountain. He is also a sword cultivator of the Jindan stage. Guo Zhujiu sat up abruptly. Really? Deng Liang nodded and said with a smile, absolutely. Deng Liang glanced at Luo Zhini. Dong Bude glared at Deng Liang, who was up to no good. Deng Liang punished himself with a bowl of wine. Even Luo Zhini was unhappy with him. Deng Liang could only change the topic. He asked, Sword Immortal Ning hasn't returned to the city. Guo Zhujiu sighed. What can I do? Master's wife must miss my master more than anyone else, but she's too embarrassed to drown her sorrows in alcohol in front of us. She could only run far away by herself, and then miss my master as much as she can in a place where no one can see her. Sigh, if only master's wife brought me along. I could even use your sleeve to wipe my tears. Guo Zhujiu's head was suddenly pressed down, and her forehead was pressed against the table. Guo Zhujiu, whose head was pressed against the table, could only laugh. She then tried to curry favor with a muffled voice. Master's wife, master's wife. Why didn't you use your sword to create a series of thunderbolts in the sky? I didn't even have the chance to beat the gongs and drums to announce your arrival to the world. Master's wife is the only immortal in our world now. Ning Yao pressed down hard twice, and Guo Zhujiu's head was thumping. Only then did Ning Yao release her hand. Before she sat down, she greeted Jing Dafeng as Uncle Zheng, and then greeted Deng Liang. This was the first time Jing Dafeng saw Ning Yao again since they parted ways in the Pearl Grotto Heaven. The young man was no longer a teenager. The young girl of the past was now a shocking immortal. Jing Dafeng smiled. Ning Yao, don't worry. At least on that desolate mountain where I watched over for many years, Chen Pingan definitely didn't have any bad intentions towards anyone. Ning Yao dismissed it with a smile. Guo Zhujiu sat beside Ning Yao. She raised her hand and said softly, Master's wife, before you came, I calculated with my fingers that Master is already at the peak of the mountain, and is about to become a Jade Royal Realm sword immortal. Deng Liang was a little helpless. It was a pity that Gu Jianlong, Chao Zhen, and Xianchen were not around. Otherwise, not to mention the Jade Royal Realm, even the Ascendant Realm would be in the bag. In the fifth world. Even though the two gates of Fuyao Continent and Tongya Continent were closed, there was still chaos. There were countless strange people and strange things. The Grotto Heaven's only son, Shu Nanyuan, suffered from heatstroke in Shu. After creating a transcendental platform, he met a black-robed scholar who came to visit. The latter was called Qin Wen. He came from the North Continent but was not a sword cultivator. Some of the Tongya Continent's cultivators who coveted the transcendental platform were scared out of their wits when they found out that this person was one of the 10 young people. There was a Qi refinement warrior called Yang Hingxing. He was good at talisman and had a bad temper. He constantly quarreled with the Tongya Continent's cultivators. In the end, he angered everyone and was hunted down by almost 100 Qi refinement warriors. No one expected this guy to secretly enter the nascent soul realm and the far travel realm in this world. He killed more than half of the large group of cultivators. There was also a rumor that a female sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi once traveled south alone. She was extremely close to the southern gate and killed many people. And in the vast Central Plains Divine Continent, there were people traveling alone and passing by the Wishing Bridge. In the night, Su Bai, who was wearing a white robe and reading at night, stood alone on the bridge. He looked at the bright moon on the mountain peak opposite him and saw a woman riding a horse on the mountain ridge. Su Bai looked into the distance and saw the woman in red riding a white horse. A narrow saber hung by her waist and a wine pot tied to her waist. It was as if she was riding a horse into the moon. In the Thunder God Temple of the Horse Lake residence in the snowy mountains, Pei Qian, a martial artist of the 8th level, delivered a nameless punch that was equivalent to the perfected 9th level. Lu Suiyu, a martial artist of the 9th level, returned a punch of the 10th level. They exchanged a punch. Pei Qian's punch was both a punch and a punch. She slid back dozens of feet. Although she was covered in blood and her body swayed a few times, she still took a deep breath and sank her feet into the ground a few inches before she fainted. But she still stood upright. Lu Suiyu was hit by that punch and broke through the outer wall of the Thunder God Temple. He staggered in the Thunder God Temple and vomited a mouthful of blood. Pei Oxiang muttered softly, "Another one with the surname Pei." When Pei Qian woke up, it was already 3 days later. She then recuperated in the Thunder God Temple for more than a month. During this time, she ignored the stranger named Lu Yuzhou. She only asked Auntie Xia, Zhu Xing, and Chao Mu about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She asked about what her master did and said after she left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became a hidden official. She also asked Auntie Xia if it was difficult to become a golden core sword cultivator. Finally, before she left, Pei Qian went out alone and helped Zhu Xing and Chao Mu make a normal book box and a bamboo cane as a farewell gift. Since they called her Sister Pei and she was more than 10 years older, she was actually half an elder. Pei Qian first thanked Pei Oxiang and Lu Suiyu and then left. She carried the bamboo box and held the mountain cane in her hand. She bid farewell to Auntie Xia and her master outside the Thunder God Temple. She bent down and smiled at the 2 sword immortal embryos. Practice your swordsmanship well. Read more books and travel more. Stay together and don't separate. Zhu Xing, who was carrying the new bamboo box, nodded vigorously. Sister Pei, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will definitely be 2 levels higher than someone. Chao Mu held the mountain cane in his hand tightly and said like a chicken pecking rice, Sister Pei, when we go to Luopa Mountain in the future, we must stay at home. Pei Qian smiled and straightened her back. She patted the 2 children's heads. Master is by your side. Don't be in a hurry to grow up. Xie Songhua asked the 2 disciples to stay. She sent Pei Qian off alone for a while. The 2 of them walked together. Zhu Xing and Chao Mu looked from afar. Sister Pei seemed to have grown taller. Lu Yuzhou sat on the steps outside the door. His mind was no longer in the Thunder God Temple. He took out a snow coin and held it up high. It was really beautiful. In the distance, Pei Qian looked at the ground and said softly, Master once told me in my hometown that he had the ability to take care of himself. He wasn't bragging. It was rare in the world. Master lied. Xie Songhua was speechless. Pei Qian walked out quickly. Then, she smiled and walked backward. She waved goodbye to Auntie Xia. Xie Songhua smiled. Be careful on the road. Take care of yourself. Pei Qian turned around again and walked quickly. He performed a 6-step stance and suddenly rose from the ground, riding the wind to travel far away between heaven and earth. Lu Yuzhou looked up. The snow coin in his hand was beautiful. The moonlight tonight was beautiful as well. The world was vast. The old scholar appeared in the north of Fuyao continent. He shouted in his mind, Hey, 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 Brother Bai, are you there? Answer me. Maldif *Ker, there was a guy who said that you didn't have a sword in your hand. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Daoist Sun returned to the gate between the two continents without any warning. He said loudly, "What sword? Just take it." Thus, a green-robed scholar who was originally guarding the Peach Blossom Hall and the Grass Hall slashed open the sky with his sword and returned to the center of the vast Fuyao continent. Looking at a sovereign great demon, the scholar said indifferently, "All right. Bai is also here." Self-examination, self-restraint, and caution are not only the cultivation of the mind, but also the heavy restrictions on the body. So the more it was like this, the more they could not let this young man really comprehend a punch one day. It meant that the young hidden official who focused the most on cultivation of the mind was expected to draw a line for the world with his own strength. In particular, they could not let this person really comprehend a sword. Generally speaking, if things were not fair, they would cry out. This young man had accumulated enough in his heart: anger, murderous intent, hostility, grief, and indignation. When the time comes, when he gathers all of them together and uses the final sword, the world might really change. Speaking of this, the Dragon King condensed countless fine sword chi into a vague figure. It was similar to the scene when Chen Pingon first appeared in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The Dragon King stretched out his hand to open the mountain and continued, "He wants to cultivate the mind step by step. Then we have to force him to take shortcuts and force him to be unreasonable. Even if he becomes a nascent soul sword cultivator, it is still not easy for this guy to reach the Jade Primitive Realm. In a hurry, he will most likely use a shortcut secret method that reduces the height of the Great Wall of Sword Chi as the price, forcing him to drink poison to quench his thirst. Once he reaches the Jade Primitive Realm, he will completely die with the remaining half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and truly become the second Qin Qingdu." Lu Bai glanced at the opposite cliff, but there was no trace of that person. He asked tentatively, "It will be difficult to leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi. So you are worried that he will reach the Jade Primitive Realm, but he is more afraid of himself." The Dragon King nodded and said, "If he is unable to reach the Jade Primitive Realm, he can only continue to defend the city with his real nascent soul and fake Jade Primitive Realm. Even better, Lu Cha's sword will cut the opposite city into two. His great Tao foundation will be damaged and he will be half dead. Lu Cha can strike him a few more times and he will still not die, but his path of cultivation will be completely destroyed. The path of swordsmanship precedes the path of martial arts. When the path of swordsmanship ends, his unification with the Great Wall of Sword Chi will become unworthy of its name. So what if he becomes a martial artist of the 10th realm? He will just be at the mercy of others and wait for his death. Sooner or later, whether it is me, you, or Shurchen, or Firen, it will be the same no matter who strikes. Every strike will damage his great Tao foundation. When he ascended the city, he would go to the grave. If there was a living person in the grave, it would be no different from a dead person." When Lu Bai was at the end of his rope, he was suddenly enlightened and saw the beautiful scenery. The only eyesore was when the Dragon King deliberately opened the restriction. The bright red robe seemed to have arrived as promised. He held a saber in his hand and tapped his shoulder lightly as he walked over slowly. Finally, he stood on the opposite side of the cliff. He carried the saber on his shoulder and stood facing each other. Although Lu Bai ascended to the nascent soul realm, he was not happy. Instead, he was worried. It was worse than a drop in cultivation level. As one of the top 100 sword deities of the moon-supporting mountain in the past, because of the encirclement, the accident of ascending to the upper 5 realms of Sword Celestial suddenly became bigger than the sky. As long as he did not ascend to the Jade Primitive Realm, Lu Bai would not be able to let go. Especially when he thought that if he wanted to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm in the future, he would have to face the demon in his heart. Lu Bai ascended to the nascent soul realm as if he took a big step closer to that person. The demon in his heart was terrifying because of its mysterious nature. His aptitude, cultivation level, and even his temperament were like the clouds in the sky. How could he be lower than the demon in his heart? Many people who ascended to the upper 5 realms were able to subdue the demon in their heart. To a large extent, they did not know what the demon in their heart was. Since it was already here, it was easier to break through the bottleneck. Once they knew what the demon in their heart was, all the methods to break it were actually nourishing and strengthening the demon in their heart. However, if the young hidden official was already dead when Lu Bai faced the demon in his heart, then Lu Bai ascended to the upper 5 realms and wished that the demon in his heart was Qin Pin gone. Because at that time, Lu Bai could maintain a little light in his heart and know that the demon in his heart was already dead. After hearing the words of the dragon god today, Lu Bai's Tao heart was set. He looked at the person opposite him and smiled, "Say goodbye to the hidden official. I hope there will be a chance for us to meet again." With such a Tao heart, Lu Bai only felt that his sword heart became clearer. He was eager to fight against Q Sword, who had a huge disparity in victory. The person smiled and remained silent for the first time. He did not disturb his Tao heart with words. Lu Bai could see that the other party was not having a good time these few years. It was not easy for him to ascend to the peak of the mountain. After stabilizing his appearance, he became more and more haggard. For a cultivator who lived in the mountains for a long time, it was not strange for him to sleep for a few years or even dozens of years. He was like a dead dragon lying in a deep pool, like a statue sitting in a temple. For example, Venerable Fiery Dragon of Lying Ground Peak in the North Continent was famous for his ability to sleep. And one of the newly evaluated top 10 youths, the dream traveler of the Liuxia continent, should be someone similar to Venerable Huolong. It was not strange for them to only rest for a short while during this period to nourish their souls. This kind of nap was very particular. It was in line with the theory of the great death of the human body. It was a method of deep sleep that was highly recommended by the Taoist cultivators on the mountain. If one did not have any thoughts, according to the Buddhist doctrine, it could make one stay away from all the perverted dreams. Therefore, compared to the most common deep sleep in the night of the common teachers, it could really benefit the 3 souls and 7 spirits and give the spirit a great rest. Therefore, it would give the Qi cultivators a particularly sweet feeling. From the drooping of the eyes, to the intention of sitting down to sleep. Without the suppression of Dragon God Sword Qi, the mountain and river restriction that covered half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi closed again. Lu Bai found that her vision was blurred and she could not see the other side. She was stunned. "Senior Dragon God, why?" Dragon God said, "You only need to know one thing. He was right when he asked you to stop." Moreover, he said this sentence to pave the way for the last sentence. Otherwise, if he said it and you heard it, it would make your heart demon sore. Lu Bai shook her head and said, "I don't believe it." The old man's figure condensed by the sword Qi gradually dissipated, and once again turned into an empty gray robe. Dragon God said earnestly, "Let's go, there is no need to lower yourself to the same level as a mad dog. In the future, practice your sword well. If you can really cut off the heart demon manifested by this person, it will be of great benefit to you. It will be a blessing in disguise, and your achievements may be higher than before." Although Lu Bai did not know the inside story and was curious about Qin Pingan's words, she would not disobey Dragon God's teachings. She did not dare to treat her swordsmanship as child's play and fight with Qin Pingan. She immediately left the city on her sword. After Lu Bai left the city, Li Zhen, who had been standing not far away, came to Dragon God's side. Li Zhen said aggrievedly, "You are much better to Lu Bai than to me." Dragon God just turned his head and looked at the ruins of the city in the north. 10,000 years ago, the criminals who migrated here as sinners, everything came from nothing to something. Li Jin asked, "Why are you so against Chen Pingan?" Dragon God said indifferently, "What hatred can a young man have with me? It's just that any sword cultivator who wants to be second to Qin Qingdu deserves to die." Li Jin asked again, "Although I am not clairvoyant, I know that clairvoyance is disappointment. Why are you like this?" Clairvoyance's mentality was similar to that of the old blind man in the 100,000 Mountains. Sword Celestial Zhang Lu was probably the same. They had the same mentality towards the old and new worlds. Dragon God retracted his gaze and remained silent. Li Jin asked, "Is our hidden official really not a nascent soul, or is he just a broken Aurus core?" Dragon God was too lazy to speak. Li Jin muttered to himself, "But it's not strange that Lu Bai pitied him. Heaven and earth were lonely, how could the sun and the moon not shine on him?" Occasionally, birds would fly to the city, and after passing through the mountain and river formation, they would fly past the city. Since the sun and the moon could not be seen, there was no distinction between day and night, and there were no 4 seasons. Rebirth, concentration of the mind, body outside the body, was the yang spirit. It liked the light, and was the best place for Aurus cores to rest. A divine light, free and unrestrained, was the yin spirit. It liked to roam at night, and was the place for nascent souls to rest and cultivate. Chen Pingan and the Great Wall of Sword Aura paid a great price for their unification. The 3 had long been merged into one, or else they would not be able to bear the weight of the great demon's real name, and would not be able to truly unify with the Great Wall of Sword Aura. However, the young hidden official was destined to not have any yin spirit to travel out of his body. As for the Confucian sage's natal characters, it was impossible. Li Jin laughed, "Lu Bai is a little stupid, but it's good to be stupid. Her future inner demons would not be too stubborn." Dragon God decisively blocked the heaven and earth, which was equivalent to saving half of Lu Bai's life. Otherwise, the hidden official would only need to say a word to make Lu Bai lose half of his life. It was very simple, "Why do you like me?" was enough to make Lu Bai's Daoist heart collapse. As for whether Lu Bai really liked him or not, it was not important at all. This was precisely the most troublesome problem. After all, if the world did not like someone, it did not matter. There were thousands of reasons for liking someone in the world, and there were thousands of reasons. Dragon God suddenly used the sword aura to isolate an imperceptible small world, and asked, "What did you see?" Li Jin asked back, "What are you talking about?" Dragon God said in a deep voice, "Your life source flying sword is called time." Li Jin laughed, "So what if it is? Don't you know better than anyone that I am the most idle sword cultivator in the world, or at least one of them? With my level, what can I see and what can I do?" Li Jin shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "I didn't see anything, and I didn't do anything." The reason why Li Jin was unwilling to become a clairvoyant was because of the life source flying sword that was like a big cage of heaven and earth. In the past, there were many young sword cultivators in Jia Shenying who besieged Qin Pingan. After that, Zhu Gong noticed Li Jin's dispirited state of mind and persuaded Li Jin face to face. With his current state of mind, in the next 100 years, his achievements might not be as good as Lu Bai. Zhu Gong also asked Li Jin, who wanted to stay away from the true self of clairvoyance, whether he could give up clairvoyance and Li Jin in this life for the identity of a sword cultivator and really give out a sword. At that time, Li Jin's answer was very strange. In turn, he asked Zhu Gong if he had walked through the long river of time, and Li Jin finally gave 2 words, riverbed, and fate. The eldest sword immortal Qin Qingdu once saw an old friend, and also had a sigh. If he went against the flow of the long river of time for 10,000 years and returned to the battlefield, he would be able to challenge any of the seniors of the sword. Li Jin looked across and murmured, "I envy you." And the young hermit who was envied by Li Zhen, with the Zhankan hanging on his waist, was slowly punching on the city wall. Just like in the past, he punched and left alone. At that time, there were still 2 huts on the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The old sword immortal was still there, and so was Chao Ci, who had won 3 rounds consecutively. Compared to Chen Pingan, whose thoughts were constantly changing, the flow of the long river of time was really too slow. Therefore, punching was even slower. Every time he punched, it was like going back and forth between the peak and the foot of the mountain, digging a handful of soil, and finally moving the mountain. On the opposite half of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, every time the barbarians killed a great human cultivator, they would carve a big word on the city wall. Moreover, the Jiazi tent seemed to have changed its mind. There was no need to kill an Ascendant Realm cultivator, even if it was an Immortal Realm cultivator or the leader of a big sect. They could carve the name of the great demon and the person they had killed. Because the great demon's carving caused too much of a commotion, especially because it involved the flow of heaven and earth's fate, Chen Pingan, who sat on half of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, could still vaguely sense the abnormality on the other side even though they were separated by a large formation of mountains and rivers. Occasionally, he would punch or slash to break the formation, which was not some boring action by Chen Pingan. Zhou Shenji, one of the 10 people of the Central Divine Continent, Sword Immortal Ku Xiao's martial uncle. An Ascendant Realm cultivator from the Fuyao continent. In addition, there was the old Lord of Heaven of Mount Taiping from the Tongya continent, the Mount Taiping Mountain Lord. Ji Hai, the leader of the Fuji sect. 3 academy sages. Among them was Gentleman Zhong Kuei's teacher, the Mountain Lord of the Defu Academy. They had all died in battle. Fortunately, Chen Chunan of the South Swirl continent and his senior brother were not around. Sun Yuan of the Jade Gui sect and Zhang Shangzhen of the Tongyi continent were also fine. Through these, Chen Pingan could roughly estimate the speed of the demon race's advancement in the vast world. Originally, it was meaningless and would only add to his troubles. However, after obtaining the travel book of mountains and rivers, when Chen Pingan refined all the words one by one and obtained the secret letter from the Dali imperial tutor, it became important. Then, Chen Pingan had a feeling in his heart. This Cui Dong, as long as he was not sick in the head, would not have thought of such a method to send the letter. The true strength of Cui Dong was not that he was betting that Chen Pingan would be able to piece together this secret letter. Instead, he was certain that the old fox, Zhou Mi, who called himself the bookworm, would know of this secret letter after him. What was even more frightening was that in the eyes of Cui Dong, it seemed that whether Zhou Mi knew of this matter or not, it would not change the established situation in Cui Dong's heart. It would be best if Zhou Mi did not notice. However, even if Zhou Mi was truly a peerless genius and knew of this matter, it would not affect the overall situation. However, there were still several big and small meanings hidden within. Chen Pingan regretted that he was as sick in the head as Cui Dong. He had actually opened this secret letter by accident. It would be better if he did not know. At the old site of Tongyi Continent's Defu Academy, a great demon in green robes who looked like a scholar had a thought. He immediately sent someone to bring over a travel book on mountains and rivers. He refined all the words in the travel book. After thinking for a while, he refined the words Cui, Bai, Shi, and One. He also tried all the combinations. Finally, in his heart lake, Zhou Mi obtained the secret letter with only 8 words. The time is right, the mountains and rivers will be reversed. Zhou Mi laughed involuntarily. He used his heart to call out to Cui Dong. Then, he extended his hand. Let me invite Imperial Tutor Cui to have a chat. The other party was scheming openly. He was betting on whether the Aquarius continent would be able to decide the direction of the world. If the Aquarius continent could be defended, then the so-called reversal of mountains and rivers would be meaningful. After all, the remaining half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the wasteland still belonged to the vast world. If they could not defend it, Cui Dong could only exchange his life for a life. At most, he could only save a young man. And it depended on whether the other party was willing to leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi and change places with Cui Dong. The most interesting part was that Zhou Mi dared to say that if Qin Pingan really sought help from Cui Dong, who had lost the Aquarius continent, he would most likely be disappointed. If Cui Dong ignored him, then it would truly be an interesting game. Cui Dong's figure slowly condensed in front of Zhou Mi. Zhou Mi asked, "The time is right. Is it when the Aquarius continent successfully obstructs the Wasteland continent's army from going north, and finally the two continents are in a deadlock?" It was just that the image had descended, and the old scholar of De Fu Academy smiled and nodded. It was the Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong. If Zhou Mi was not in the academy ruins, Cui Dong naturally would not appear. Zhou Mi asked again, "Imperial tutor Cui is so sure that Qin Pingan has already received the secret letter, and that the Aquarius continent can be defended, and that Qin Pingan can last until that day? Especially that Qin Pingan can endure the danger of his life, and will not change places with you so early, and will not cause your previous efforts to be wasted?" Cui Dong said, "As the last disciple of the sage of literature, I still have this bit of brain and responsibility." Zhou Mi smiled and asked, "Imperial tutor Cui, I only have one last question. How can you be sure that half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi can last until the time you speak of? Are you not worried that I will personally target him?" Cui Dong said indifferently, "Between you and me, we are not just fighting for the two continents. If you do not have this bit of courage, you do not have the qualifications to talk about reorganizing the Confucian orthodoxy, gathering the literature vein, and establishing a sect." Zhou Mi was silent for a moment, then he shook his head and sighed, "Cui Dong, so you want to use Qin Pingan's life and half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi as bait in exchange for the Sage of Rights, no, the secondary sage's life with mine?" Cui Dong smiled. "It might also be the sage of the first teacher personally taking action." Zhou Mi smiled, "That's exactly what I want." Cui Dong said, "Quickly let the moon-bearing mountain ancestor break the hole in the sky. I want to see what those ancient gods blocked by the Sage of Rights can do in the Aquarius continent." Zhou Mi nodded, "As you wish." Then the two of them looked in the direction of the Fuyao continent at almost the same time. Zhou Mi smiled, "Why provoke him?" The old blind man in the desolate world's 100,000 mountains had already expressed that he would not interfere. The Taoist temple of the Eastern Sea Monastery, that stinky cow's nose, chose to stay out of the matter, and even helped a little before he ascended with the Taoist temple. That old monk's whereabouts were still unknown. The most likely was that he had already reached the Aquarius continent, but this was still within the expectations of the moon-bearing mountain. Only the scholar of the Central Plains, who was known as the proudest of the mortal world, according to the original calculations, after going to the fifth continent, he would stay there and return the sword to the Xuandu temple of the green underworld. He should not have returned to the vast world with the sword. Unexpectedly, he still attacked. The level 14 cultivator, the scholar Bai Yi, held the immortal sword and appeared in the Fuyao continent in the southwest of the desolate world. He attacked 3 times. One sword forced the opponent out of the Fuyao continent, one sword crossed the sea, and one sword landed near the old site of the inverted hanging mountain, killing a sovereign great demon. Actually, they were more willing to become sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage, but Ning Yao, who announced to the public that she was temporarily in charge of the position of the hidden official, did not agree. The old sword immortal of Dustpan House, who had an extremely good personal relationship with Alliance, had collected many ancient inkstones. Therefore, Shi Zhou, Shuiyu, and Feizhen, these three golden elixir sword cultivators who didn't have high realms but had outstanding killing power, were the most familiar with Guozhuzhou, who liked to climb walls and visit people when she was young. Therefore, although the ancestral master hall was clearly divided into factions, the relationship between each faction was actually inextricably linked. They were either friends who got along well with each other, or they were related by the incense of their ancestors. A woman stepped through the door and quietly sat down. During this time, she didn't greet anyone, and didn't even make eye contact. It was Nian Xian. Nian Xian began to close her eyes and rest. She was destined to not speak during today's meeting. Currently, if one wanted to become a member of the criminal officer lineage in Ascension City, only sword cultivators among the Qi refinement warriors were qualified. This was an iron rule in Ascension City. On the other hand, the hidden official and Quan House lineages were not restricted by this rule, and the Qi refinement warriors of the 100 schools of thought were unhindered. For the criminal officer lineage, if one wasn't a Qi refinement warrior, only pure martial artists who used the Cold Palace as their starting point could write their names on the criminal officer lineage. The martial artist lineage of the Cold Palace hired the wine shop's substitute shopkeeper, Xing Dafeng, to teach them martial arts. However, Xing Dafeng declined the position of Ascension City's consecrator, and taught Zhang Yun, Yuan Zhouhua, and the other youths fist techniques for a salary. Currently, the number of martial artists under the criminal officer lineage had increased sharply, and there were already more than 60 of them. Other than Zhang Yun and the other 10 people who were first taught by Bai Lianshuang, as well as the 2 children that Nian Xian took in when the city first landed, the third batch was mostly children of 5 or 6 years old. When it came to martial arts, although the requirement for one's aptitude was far lower than that of sword cultivators, it was still better to learn fist techniques as early as possible. Therefore, in the end, the criminal officer lineage had unknowingly formed a lineage with 3 leaders. Qi Shou held the authority, and Nian Xian was in charge of nurturing the martial artists. Other than that, the 2 nascent soul-old sword cultivators were more compatible with the 3 golden core cultivators of the winnowing basket house. This was because one side taught sword techniques, while the other looked for sword cultivators. Both sides cooperated smoothly. However, even so, Qi Shou, who was in charge of almost half of the sword cultivators, was undoubtedly the most powerful person in Ascension City. After Qi Shou finished talking with the old sword cultivator beside him, he returned to his sitting position and glanced at the chair opposite him. The hidden official lineage opposite him was led by Ning Yao, Dong Bude, Su Ning, Luo Zhini, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Chang Taiqing, Guozhuzhou, and Fan Dach. Currently, there were a total of 9 people. Compared to the criminal officer lineage, the hidden official lineage had fewer people, and their hearts were more united. The criminal officer lineage couldn't compare to them. When Ning Yao returned from her second trip, Qi Shou discovered that she had reached the bottleneck of the immortal realm and was a true great sword immortal. However, in the eyes of all the sword cultivators in Ascension City, it was surprising that Ning Yao didn't break through when she returned. From this, it could be seen how important Ning Yao was to Ascension City. It was difficult to become a sword immortal, and even harder to become a great sword immortal. It was even harder to become an Ascension Realm cultivator. However, Ning Yao was the only exception. Qi Shou didn't feel any resentment towards this, because Ascension City needed such an existence. After all, this world was divided by heroes, and Ascension City wasn't the only one. He was destined to lose to Ning Yao on the path of the sword, but Qi Shou had the entire world to fight for. Qi Shou's gaze shifted slightly. Gao Yeho's chair was next to Ning Yao. This person came to the ancestral hall earlier than Qi Shou. Gao Yeho was still in the nascent soul realm, and it wasn't something that could be done in 3 to 5 years. Qi Shou didn't see Gao Yeho as an opponent, and was even willing to be friends with him like Deng Liang. The Quan residence was in charge of Ascension City's finances. The clothing, sword, and pill shops were combined, and it was headed by Gao Yeho, a nascent soul sword cultivator. However, as the god of wealth, Gao Yeho wasn't good at financial matters. The ones in charge were the sword cultivators promoted from the Yen and Nalan families. They weren't young, and their realms weren't high, but they were the most suitable to be accountants. Quan residence, just by looking at the name, one could tell that it was the work of that young hidden official. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so scholarly. Qi Shou once fought side by side with Qin Pingan on the city wall. He separated public and private matters. On the battlefield, both sides were friends. Qin Pingan even took the initiative to do a big business with Qi Shou. However, outside the battlefield, each side used their own ability to disgust each other, and it wasn't to the point of life and death. Qi Shou couldn't help but admit that if that guy followed him to this world, he would definitely be restrained, but it might give him a fighting spirit. And other than the Qi family's deep foundation, his own ancestor, Qi Tingji, was the only old sword immortal who was still at the peak of the sword path. Even if Qi Tingji was in the vast world, and continued to kill demons with his sword, to the current Ascension City, he was still a huge deterrent. Deng Liang's seat was near the gate, so he was neighbors with the most junior but talented children. This didn't follow the rules. As the first consecrator of Ascension City, his seat should be near Gao Yeho and Nia Xian. It was Deng Liang who insisted on this arrangement. This also made Deng Liang's popularity in Ascension City, which wasn't bad to begin with, become rather good. He was born in the pure snow continent's Nine-Du Mountain. As a direct disciple, and a nascent soul sword cultivator, he was the mountain lord of the Nine-Du Mountain's solemn peak. After returning home, he secretly became a green member. This was a foreign land now, but one day, it would become the home of more and more young people and children in Ascension City. Qi Shou was the first to speak. The first thing he said was to gather and filter the information of all the immortal factions. The focus was on the sects that had the word sect in their names, such as the Beko Keikyong Building, Xuandu Temple, and Shui Gong, which was located in the easternmost part of the world. Another thing was to gather intelligence about all the genius cultivators who had reached the Jade Unpolished realm. For example, the female Taoist Huang Ting of the Tongyi continent was already at the Jade Unpolished realm. She was building a stone tablet at the top of a mountain, and her sword was engraved with the words, Taiping Mountain. There was also a man who went by the alias of Yang Hengxing. He was both a martial artist at the far travel realm and a nascent soul cultivator. He was not to be underestimated. Other than Ning Yao traveling alone on her sword, there were also 4 groups of disciplinary official sword cultivators who went in different directions to gather information. They also gathered a large amount of information from Fuyao continent and Tongye continent. Qi Shou said, "We will follow the old rules of the Summer Palace and compile 2 books. One will record all the sects and factions, the other will record the upper 5 realms and earth immortals. What do you think?" Ning Yao nodded. Gao Yeho said, "No objections." After 6 years of continuous expansion, because Ascension City was located at the center of the world, it began to have more and more contact with the outside world. Sword cultivators constantly went out to travel, and others also traveled here. Other than Ascension City's continuous expansion, it was orderly and visible to the naked eye. Other than that, many other people's affairs gradually surfaced. Among the 10 young people, Beko Keikyong Building's Daoist Shan Qing was the last disciple of the Dao ancestor. The young monk held a 12-ringed monk's staff and traveled alone. Among the 10 candidates, there was Liuxia Continent's Tianyu Grotto, Tian Shu, who had already built a transcendental platform. Other than that, there were already many Jade Unpolished realm cultivators in this world. For example, there was a certain female disciple of the sword immortal lineage in Qingming World's Deshuandu Temple. In any case, the hidden official's lineage had old precedents to follow, so they just had to follow the prescribed order. In fact, the Summer Palace had already planned and provided a detailed plan. Previously, the hidden official's lineage left the city and scattered everywhere to survey the mountains and rivers. The criminal official lineage then chose 8 places with abundant spiritual energy to expand their territory. They drew a 1,000-mile territory for the Ascension City Circle as a foothold for the Ascension City's 1,000-year great cause. It was the foundation of their establishment. How about it? Could it be that the hidden officials' lineage's sword cultivators could say such eccentric words? Who couldn't? Dong Beard and Luo Zhini almost stood up at the same time. Unexpectedly, Ning Yao glanced at that young sword cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he flew out of the ancestral hall's gate with his chair. Then Ning Yao said, after the meeting, change the person and get a new chair. After that young sword cultivator fell to the ground, he was shocked, frightened, and even more hateful. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he seemed to be enveloped by sword qi and turned into a tragic bloody person, fainting on the spot. Ning Yao said, continue the meeting. Qi Shou's expression was calm. Gao Yeho was indifferent. An old nascent soul stage sword cultivator wanted to say something but stopped. Deng Liang sighed softly. Did the person outside speak without thinking at all? Gu Jinlong's words were based on the facts, but the person outside the door was against the person, and against the entire lineage of sword cultivators of the old Summer Palace. Righteousness and personal virtue, good and evil deeds, right and wrong, how complicated was that? Once the person was against the person and not the matter, how could a certain reason be explained clearly? Ning Yao looked at the silent crowd and said indifferently, the people sitting here may not be sword cultivators, and may not have a high level of cultivation, but their brains can't be too stupid. There are only so many people in Ascension City now. It's just a circle of 1,000 miles, and it's already slightly stretched. Therefore, it's still a bit early to play with the politics of the palace below the mountain. The only rule in the Ancestral Hall's meeting is to focus on the matter and not the person. If you like to focus on the person and not the matter, don't come here to occupy a seat. Ning Yao then looked at Qi Shou and asked, who is this person's sponsor and guarantor in the lineage of criminal officials? Qi Shou reported 2 names. Immediately, 2 golden core sword cultivators stood up in the Ancestral Hall. Ning Yao turned and said to Su Ning, record this down, and then go through the files of the person outside the door. Su Ning stood up and took her seat. Ning Yao said slowly, including the lineage of hidden officials, including Gu Jianlong in the future, everyone has to be more careful when talking about matters. In the past, when we were discussing matters at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, ordinary unpolished jade realms were not qualified to appear. Only immortals could appear, and only old sword immortals could speak. Gu Jianlong immediately nodded and said, got it, I will be careful. Ning Yao turned and looked outside the door of the Ancestral Hall. It hasn't been 7 years, and everyone is so arrogant. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Deng Liang had no choice but to stand up and explain. Don't learn from those sects in the vast world. Most of the skills are to cover up mistakes. We, the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, must have the courage and strength to correct mistakes. After this sentence in the book, that person added the word must. His strokes were extremely heavy, and his strength penetrated the back of the paper. With great power in hand, one would often become arrogant. Since the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi no longer had a mortal enemy like the wilderness, then their true enemy was actually themselves. Hence, they had to cultivate their hearts more in the future. As long as the starting point of the discussion in the ancestral hall was for the sake of Ascension City, then all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage had to tolerate some unpleasant words, and they had to tolerate some people slamming the table and cursing their mothers. And these kinds of people, when they left the ancestral hall, must not be hated by others, and must not be ostracized. Once this was the case, over time, whether or not the ancestral hall had sword immortals, and whether or not the number of sword immortals was the highest in the world, would not be significant. All the children who grew up in the city must remember those senior sword cultivators, and also remember those sword cultivators who came from the vast world. Both sides must firmly remember. Through each school, through each teacher and teacher, they must be taught what a sword cultivator was, and what a true sword immortal was like. At the end of the booklet, there was a piece of paper. The young hidden official, who had always written in regular script, wrote a sentence in running script for the first time: "It was not my intention to distract you." Guizhuzhou was the first to flip through the booklet. When she found this piece of paper, she swaggered over to her master's wife to claim credit. In the end, after Ningyao took the paper, poor Guizhuzhou knocked her head against the door. Dong dong dong. Ningyao was silent for a moment, then added, "As for who I attack, when and where I attack, anyone can try to stop me." Guizhuzhou quickly clapped her hands. Her palms did not touch, and there was no sound. It was extremely skillful. However, after Ningyao, who had unknowingly caused the hidden official's lineage to take a big step back, added this sentence, not only did it not make people feel depressed, but it also made them feel a long-lost, familiar feeling. It was as if Ningyao's words proved that the current Ascension City was still the Great Wall of Sword Qi of the past. It was still the Great Wall of Sword Qi that was filled with sword cultivators and sword immortals. It was still the hometown of a city of sword cultivators that resisted the demons of the world. After Ningyao finished speaking, she listened to the discussion while her mind wandered thousands of miles away. She was now more concerned about a sword cultivator of unknown origins. It was Lu Kai, who was also ranked among the top 10 young people in the world. He had 2 blade-strengthening gourds. He nourished the flying sword Blue Sky with Burden of Mind, and the flying sword White Foal with the blade-strengthening gourd. Therefore, this person was the only outsider that Ningyao paid more attention to. It was not because of the statement that only Lu Kai could compete with Ningyao in the same realm after 100 years. It was because the intrinsic divine powers of Lu Kai's 2 flying swords were too strange. They were the most targeted and could even be said to be specially restrained by Qin Pingan. The flying sword White Foal ignored the long river of time and suppressed Qin Pingan's sparrow in the cage. The flying sword Blue Sky could break 10,000 swords with one sword. It was just right to target Qin Pingan's moon in the well. Ningyao frowned slightly. Qi Shou continued to talk about leading the team to train. After all, without the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the growth of sword cultivators would be much, much slower. There was also the matter of placing spies in the north and south, as well as the matter of roping in external mountain powers. There was also the matter of picking out martial artists. There was also the matter of differentiating the seniority of the 60 pure martial artists in Ascension City. In order to achieve the true order of inheritance, some seemingly complicated matters were essential. As for the matter of nurturing spies and death warriors, it was a matter of great importance. This involved the possibility of opening another branch. Or perhaps the hidden officials' branch of sword cultivators would be fully responsible for it and increase their authority. Qi Shou had already decided on this long ago. After bringing up this matter, he directly said, "Just leave this matter to the hidden officials' branch. Otherwise, just monitoring Ascension City is a waste of talent." Deng Liang nodded lightly. As a criminal official, he should have such magnanimity. It could prevent the hidden officials' branch from nitpicking on the criminal officials' branch. It was as if the two sides were staring at each other every day, causing too much internal strife. It could also allow the sword cultivators of the Summer Palace, who were most familiar with spying and military operations, to completely let go of their hands and feet and help Ascension City truly look at the entire world. After today's meeting in the Ancestral Hall, Deng Liang had a deeper understanding of Qi Shou, Gao Yeho, and Shi Zhou, the three sword cultivators who would have higher and higher statuses. In Deng Liang's opinion, perhaps Shi Zhou, Shuiyu, and Feizhen, the three sword cultivators who had unique supernatural powers passed down by their masters, might not even know for the time being that the three of them, together with the two old Yuanying stage cultivators, were actually the key existences of half of the Ministry of Personnel and half of the Ministry of War. Moreover, compared to the two old men, Shi Zhou and the other two were younger and had higher attainments in the Great Tao. Therefore, if Deng Liang had the chance, he would definitely find the three of them to drink. Deng Liang had always admitted and faced his own selfishness. Those who know others are wise, and those who know themselves are wise. Then, they discussed the strange existences that Ning Yao had killed a lot of. Their identities were similar to the remnants of the ancient gods, but there were differences between them and the records in the ancient books. Gao Yeho asked if he could take them for his own use and let them be the gods of the mountains and rivers that guarded fate and gathered spiritual energy. Ning Yao said, "It's very difficult to subdue them. There's a chance." When Lord Gao Yi proposed the 4 new cities, Luo Zhen said that the sword cultivators of the hidden official branch, or the people they supported, must occupy a city in the future and become the vassal city's lord. Lord Gao Yi and Qi Shou looked at each other and agreed to this. When they talked about the construction of the city, Luo Zhen mentioned the matter of Ascension City, saying that this matter must be prepared early. This was also an important matter that needed to be handled with extreme caution, because there was a high possibility of conflict with various forces. Because the hidden officials branch questioned the sword cultivators of the criminal officer branch, and because of Deng Liang's heartfelt words, the cultivators in the Ancestral Hall were hesitant. They were really worried about being unlucky. Ning Yao said coldly, "In today's world, other than the 4 ends of the east, west, north, and south, the rest of the land is ownerless. There is no legitimate mountain that will belong to anyone. We will go far away and find a high place in each of the 4 directions. We will set up a stone tablet and engrave the words Sword, Qi, Ascension, City. If anyone is dissatisfied and dares to fight for territory with us, we will ask the Sword of Ascension City. If the sword cultivators guarding the mountain can't withstand the opponent's celestial technique, I will ask the sword." In the Ancestral Hall, everyone ate a huge calming pill. Deng Liang smiled and was full of admiration. As expected of Ning Yao, a woman who had never been to the Summer Palace. Ning Yao stood up and said, "Sword cultivators are sword cultivators. In another 100 or 1,000 years, at least half of the people in this Ascension City's Ancestral Hall will be sword cultivators. No matter what happens in the future, in 1,000 or 10,000 years, if there is only one sword cultivator left in this world, this person will also have to be in this Ancestral Hall. 100 years later, the number of sword cultivators in Ascension City will be more than the sum of all the other sword cultivators in this world. Ascension City has the most sword cultivators in the world. Ascension City has the highest sword Dao in the world. This is not a magnificent feat, but a matter of course." Ning Yao wore a golden robe and carried a sword case on her back. Her eyebrows were raised. Qi Shou stood up first and smiled. "What does Prefecture Lord Gao say? When will we reach the Jade Primitive Realm?" Gao Yeho stood up and smiled. "Not much later than you." Everyone in the Ancestral Hall, especially those sword immortal embryos, had a determined look in their eyes. 2 nascent soul sword cultivators stood up at the same time. The old man in charge of passing incense in the ancestral hall cupped his fists and said, "Then I will leave it to you." In the Chin family mansion on Tai Siang Street, there was a reclusive child who liked to bask in the sun and lived in seclusion. Occasionally, he would look at the streets outside the Chin family mansion's gate. "I just can't stand to see pretty girls walk past with their heads lowered shyly, walking too quickly. Of course, if it's summer, it's fine if they walk faster." Taoban didn't understand at all and only said, "I don't care if you're a scholar or not. I only know that when those girls see you, it's definitely not because they're shy." Jing Dafeng slammed the table and turned to shout, "Louis, what do you think of Brother Dafeng?" The young girl was shocked and squeezed out a smile at the shopkeeper. She said softly and timidly, "Shopkeeper's eyes aren't good, but he's actually a good person." Taoban chuckled and rolled up some noodles from his bowl. He said, "I'll lift a cup too." Fong Kangol put down his chopsticks and slammed the table with both hands. Jing Dafeng straightened his back and raised his wine bowl high. "Get up and scratch your head, lift a cup yourself." Taoban suddenly said, "I heard that the door closes for 100 years. I'm not a sword cultivator, and I can't learn any boxing or martial arts. Will I never see second shopkeeper again?" Fong Kangol instantly fell silent. Jing Dafeng laughed. "That won't happen. Chen Pingan can't bear to part with you guys. The reason why our second shopkeeper traveled so far was so that he could reunite with her." Taoban laughed. "If you can talk, drink more. I can treat you to a pot of mute lake wine." Jing Dafeng drank the wine and gently shook the white bowl. "Riches and honor go to waste. I never thought that I could live a comfortable life here." Fong Kangol suddenly asked, "Dafeng, how old are you?" Jing Dafeng smiled mischievously. "I'm still a young and strong guy. If you guys don't believe me, Brother Dafeng will fry a poached egg for you next time." Taoban rolled his eyes. "If you're a scholar, I'll let Fong Kangol take your surname." Jing Dafeng looked at the sky and said, "Pack up, let's go home." Jing Dafeng rented a small house in Yanmo Alley, not far from the wine shop. After closing the shop and going to his residence, Jing Dafeng opened the courtyard door and greeted with a smile, "Miss Twistheart." For some reason, Twistheart, who came with some business, left when she saw Jing Dafeng rubbing his hands and grinning. Jing Dafeng was annoyed that he did not treat his guest well. After the man sat down alone in the main room, he lit the lamp and began to flip through a divine book that he had borrowed from Zhu Lian with great difficulty. Some of the pages were filled with colorful drawings. Jing Dafeng sat upright and still, reading with great interest. After closing the book, he walked to the door and leaned against it. He crossed his arms and looked at the night sky. There were many wanderers in the world who went as far as their legs and heart could reach. When they looked back, the mountains and rivers were far away. They were not afraid of the long journey home. They were only afraid that when they returned home, they were already old friends. The group of sword immortal embryos who fought side by side in the Jiaxin tent were of course Yuxi's friends as well. However, they were not very familiar with each other. The cities under Yuxi's feet had not been destroyed by the flames of war. Among them, there were very few provincial cities. It was even harder to find the remaining provincial cities of a large country like northern Jin. Most of them were remote prefectures and counties of vassal states. They were used by the cultivators in the military tent to practice. They also had to fight and compete for military merits. Otherwise, they would not have had such a good opportunity. Yu Si sat on the roof with his sword across his knees. He glanced at the already chaotic mansion of the rich and powerful families and ignored it. From the time the Great Wall of Sword Chi was cut in two and the city flew to the distant Fifth World, then to the old site of the Hanging Mountain to pave the way for the army on the sea, to today's attack on Fuyao Continent and Tongya Continent, the two vast continents of the world, they were actually 2 to 3 years slower than expected. Otherwise, at this moment in the wilderness, they would not have taken half of the Jinja continent, but the entire Aquarius continent. The losses at the Great Wall of Sword Chi were too severe. Compared to the original prediction of the Jiaozai tent, there were 30% more casualties. In reality, the Jiaozai tent deliberately made it sound too light. Yu Si knew the truth. There were 40% more casualties. Moreover, the tragedy of the Great Wall of Sword Chi battlefield was not something that could be described with the word slight. The Jiaozai tent's established strategy was to split their forces into 3 places. However, it was just a small group of top combat power. For example, Lu Cha and 3 to 4 great demons of the sovereign stage would lead a portion of the forces to restrain the Hassa continent. As for the Fuyao continent, they had to take it down. However, they were not in a hurry to take down the Jinja continent. This was because the Jiaozai tent's earliest main attack route was to push north from the Tongya continent and take down the Aquarius continent and the North continent in one go. Then, they would use at most 4 years to quickly swallow and digest the fate of the southeast Tongya continent and the southwest Fuyao continent. Especially the Tongya continent, it should have changed hands 2 years ago and become a part of the wilderness. The Jiaozai tent was not the leader of the sword cultivators. The young wooden clog had once made a comparison. The army of the wilderness entering the 2 continents was like throwing beans into the fields. When they first came ashore, they did not split up their forces. They were majestic and looked like they could break through bamboo. However, compared to a continent, their forces were still too little. On the other hand, many of the places that were originally regarded as places to fight by the military tents were battlefields, lines of defense, passes, and tens of thousands of elite cavalry and infantry in bright armor. They were all just for show and would collapse at the first touch. Some of the high cities and impregnable passes were often breached after 2 or 3 attacks. The armors were too new and the old soldiers were too few. However, some of the immortal families and the elite troops of the 7 or 8 dynasties still caused some trouble for the army of the wasteland world. Especially when attacking the place called Peace Mountain, there were heavy casualties. The 2 military tents lost all the troops under their command. In the end, they had no choice but to transfer 2 groups of troops over. Yu Si did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was difficult to explain to her the uselessness and usefulness of these illusory things. They were used to educate people's minds, but they were naturally useless in fighting and killing. Every memorial arch was priceless in a peaceful world. However, in a chaotic world, they seemed to be worthless. Yu Si looked at an old nascent soul state cultivator and finally could not take it anymore. He had already left the protection of the formation and was fighting with Yin Su and the others. Because Yin Su had killed too many along the way, and he had done it on purpose for him to see. That pure martial artist had even purposely ripped off a few heads and threw them on the formation. Ripples appeared like fresh blood smeared on the wall. As for that python true body, he returned to human form. He grabbed 2 city god pavilion godly spirits and pressed them on the outer wall of the formation, crushing their golden bodies bit by bit. Xian Zhao was already satisfied to be able to chat with him for a while. She stood up and said apologetically, "Fourth young master Yu, I am going to kill now. Otherwise, sister will think I am lazy and will nag for a long time." Yu Si waved his hand and reminded with a smile, you still have to be careful of those two human earth immortal cultivators. You cannot let your guard down just because you are a golden core sword cultivator. Human cultivators are very cunning when they are alive. After making up their minds, they will be more decisive when they die. Xian Zhao nodded. Fourth young master, you had a noble status, but he was always so easygoing and his words were gentle. Yu Si looked at Xian Zhao's departing figure and did not plan to make a move. At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Yu Si had entered and left the battlefield too many times. He had many merits and did not suffer many losses. Actually, it was just that one time, but it was a little heavy. After breaking through the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Wildlands cultivators were slightly slower in this unfamiliar world. However, it was like two nascent soul Qi refinement warriors who had worked hard to kill a troublesome golden core sword cultivator. Then, they had to deal with a group of dispirited lower 5 realms cultivators. Of course, they would find it very easy, even boring. Yu Si stood up and looked down. A young man dressed in brocade robes and a jade belt, whose face could be considered as handsome as jade in books, was hiding by the window of the study and looking at him. A young man dressed in rough clothes was even more interesting. When he saw Xian Zhao flying back and forth on her sword, he ran all the way and climbed up the nearby roof. He mustered up his courage and asked with a trembling voice, "Are you the immortal master on the mountain who came to save people?" Yu Si smiled in Tong Yezhou's elegant language. "I don't understand your North Jin official language." Unexpectedly, the young man immediately changed the official language to elegant language. "Immortal master, can I cultivate immortal spells with you?" Yu Si shook his head. "I'm a demon, not an immortal master." One kind was angry but didn't dare to speak up year after year, the other kind was yearning to become that kind of person, so they were actually digging their own graves. No wonder there were people who came to fill the soil and flatten the graves. Yu Si suddenly raised his head. There was a great phenomenon between heaven and earth, spreading rapidly from a great distance. It was undoubtedly the great magical power of the Ascendant Realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for even Yu Si to be able to clearly sense the majestic aura here. A woman with scarlet eyes appeared beside Yu Si and said softly, "Mister, please leave this place temporarily." That Sun Yuan of the Jade Gui sect was first intercepted by Yang Ji and me, then chased by Xiao Chua, and followed into the hidden secret realm at the bottom of the sea. It was completely destroyed, and there was no way to escape. Sun Yuan appeared on the coast of the East Sea with his Dharma form, intending to split the Tongyi continent into two. It's very likely that this place will be affected. Yu Si shook his head and said, "You just need to protect me, Immortal Algae, and the others. I want to see how Sun Yuan split the Tongyi continent up close." The throne demon, Fei Fei, nodded. Yu Si frowned and asked, "What about Xiao Chua?" Fei Fei said, "That secret realm is very strange. It seems that Sun Yuan was temporarily tricked into another world. Perhaps Sun Yuan's escape this time was to deliberately lure Xiao Chua away." She suddenly disappeared in a flash, and a moment later, she returned to her original spot. Her expression slightly changed. Xiao Chua finally attacked. Yu Si looked up. Above the East Sea of the Tongyi continent, a door was broken open in the sky. Xiao Chui used a sword to break open the other side of the sky, and was able to fly back to the vast world. Then, a magnificent sword light fell towards Sun Yuan's Dharma form. Its aura was not inferior to the first sword by Yi used in the Fuyao continent. That sword light with unparalleled momentum was intertwined with water, fire, and lightning. Fei Fei looked up and said softly, "That old thing is dead for sure." Yu Si smiled and said, "Compared to you, Sun Yuan really isn't old." Fei Fei smiled and said, "I'll go grab a few pieces of the glazed golden body for Mr." Yu Si was just about to shake his head, but Fei Fei had already swept away. After all, she was a throne demon, and did not touch the foundation of the great Tao, so Yu Si could not casually reprimand or stop her. Moreover, Fei Fei had used her heart to warn him to be careful. Yu Si did not bat an eyelid, and strolled leisurely in this rich mansion. Suddenly, Yu Si was all around, and the long river of time seemed to have stagnated for no reason. Yu Si was not afraid. The robe he was wearing was given to him by Fei Fei, and could withstand the full power of an immortal sword cultivator without dying. Moreover, once Yu Si's robe was hit by a spell or flying sword, Fei Fei could arrive in an instant as long as she was not a continent away. Yu Si, turning his head to look at the ridge of a roof, a handsome man wearing a laurel hat and a golden robe was gently tossing the yellow silk bag that the inky flood dragon could not break free from. That person glanced at Yu Si's robe and smiled. "It's rare to see something that you want, but my little life is still more valuable." Yu Si cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Sect Master Jiang." Jiang Shangjin raised his hand and waved it lightly. "You don't have to be so polite. It's rare for father and son to reunite. Just call me father. In the future, remember to let that little maid Fei Fei massage your father's shoulders and legs. Consider it as making up for your filial piety." Yu Si laughed involuntarily, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "How is the young man protected by the inky flood dragon slave?" Jiang Shangjin giggled and said, "His soul has been swapped with a handsome guy. I reckon that when the river of time disperses, he will be more confused." "Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do?" Yu Si asked. "Sect Master Jiang did not save Sun Yuan, but came here to chat with me instead. You did not even kill the one who was close at hand. Why would you save the one who was far away?" "Once I, Jiang Shangjin, am smart. Even I don't know what I'm thinking. How can you predict it?" Jiang Shangjin curled his lips. "Besides, your bastard son is a little trash. That lowly maid Fei Fei was willing to give her natal robe to you. I'm timid. It's not a good deal to kill you and lose a sword, so I can't do anything to you. I'm already very satisfied to have picked up this half-immortal weapon yellow silk bag for free." Yu Si was silent. One of the magical powers of this robe was sword lock, which was more mysterious than Du Mao's sword boat. Yu Si wanted to use himself as bait long ago, to get hit by Jiang Shangjin's sword that was known as killing immortals with a willow leaf. Jiang Shangjin put the yellow silk bag into his heaven and earth sleeve, and the stagnant long river of time returned to normal. Yu Si asked, "Why don't you go to that credit month or Duku?" One was one of the 10 young people of several worlds, and the other was one of the candidates. The key was that they were not like him and Jiang Shangjin. There was not a single sovereign great demon as a guardian. Jiang Shangjin smiled without saying anything. In a study, a handsome man in luxurious clothes was wrestling with a young man. Originally, without the protection of the Black Flood Dragon retainer, Lu Jianxin, who could have beaten the Han clan's young master to death with just his strength alone, was now being ridden by someone who was punching him until his face was covered in blood. Lying on the ground, the handsome young master was in great pain from the beating. He regretted it very much. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone to look for that beautiful woman first. That Lu Jianxin, with a face full of tears and a pair of fierce eyes, cursed with a strange voice while beating him on the ground. In the end, he grabbed him by the neck with both hands. Jiang Shangjin smiled. "All right, Sister Fei Fei, you don't have to hide anymore. You're so good-looking, why don't you dare to show yourself?" Fei Fei actually walked out from Yu Si's robe and said to Yu Si, "Young master, it's just a kind of secret illusion, roughly equivalent to the cultivation of nascent soul. Jiang Shangjin's real body isn't here." Jiang Shangjin nodded. "Of course, I'll never make a move if I'm not 100% sure, and don't come to kill me if you're not 100% sure. This time, I'm here to greet you too. When Sister Fei Fei wears the robe again, remember to let fourth young master you hide in the military tent obediently. Otherwise, it's perfectly justified for me to beat my son." When Jiang Shangzhen's final illusion dissipated, the yellow silk bag on his waist didn't leave with it. Jiang Shangzhen wasn't that stupid. Previously, he was just teasing, you see. This man, who was the newest and possibly the last lord of Yugui's sect, was a little dejected. He turned his head to look at the eastern sea. An ascendant realm cultivator's golden body began to collapse. No matter how magnificent the scenery was at the end of the curtain, there was still the principle that a bad life was better than a good death. It lingered in his heart and made him feel uncomfortable. Jiang Shangzhen murmured, "The old fart who scolded you for so many years, when he died, it really made me sad. It'll be difficult to get scolded in the future." In the end, Jiang Shangzhen was only left with a head that hadn't dissipated yet. The remaining illusion looked down at the master and servant whose identities were weirder than the other and smiled, "Old and new debts, one for bullying my woman, and the other for scheming against old Sun. In the future, I'll slowly settle the accounts with you two. Anyway, I'll drag it out with you too." Frost fell. At this time, the sun went down to the ground, and the yin qi began to condense. The dryness of autumn hurt the body's fluid, so it was suitable for resisting the cold outside and clearing the heat inside. Therefore, there was a custom of eating persimmons at the foot of the mountain. It was said that it could nourish the muscles and bones and prevent the lips from cracking in winter. After a light rain, under a persimmon tree that looked like hanging lanterns, the misty sky and grayish-black branches contrasted with the bright red color of the fruit. It was especially festive. A young woman who looked to be 17 or 18 years old, with a slightly plump figure and a round face, wore cotton clothes. She stood on her tiptoes and straightened her back. She held a withered branch that she picked up from somewhere and knocked 5 or 6 persimmons to the ground. Then, she casually threw the branch away, bent down to pick up the red persimmons, and wrapped them up in her cotton clothes. Finally, she squatted in front of a county boundary stone. While chewing on the persimmons, she looked at the stone inscriptions. In the middle, it was engraved, "Serve the officials and establish a ban, Yongning County boundary." On the left side, there was a small line of words that wrote the country's name. She felt that it was very impressive. With such a stone tablet that ordinary people passing by wouldn't even look at more than a few times, they could settle the 2 neighboring territories. In her hometown, it wasn't possible. It wasn't that particular, and it couldn't be that particular. If one fought too fiercely and had a bad temper, it was easy to not keep anything. After arriving here, she traveled all the way. She collected all the official gold, silver, copper, and copper coins of various countries, the 4 treasures of the study, the little 9 marquises, and the books of the 100 schools of thought. She had an affinity with everything she saw. Anyway, when she arrived at a post-war city, the more doors there were, the fewer doors there were. She could casually pick them up along the way. There were more than corpses everywhere. To eat persimmons, one still had to hit the persimmons off the tree. However, picking up things that were said to be worth a lot of money was much easier. In today's Tongya continent, the world in the north was actually not as stable as in the south. The Tongya continent's immortal mountains were the least numerous among the 9 continents in the vast world. Most of them were big mountains, relatively speaking. In fact, in any continent with a vast territory, it was still very difficult for ordinary people to enter the mountains to visit immortals with the naked eye. It was not as simple as meeting the emperor. Of course, there were also those pitiful people who were trapped by the mountains and rivers array formation and went around in circles. Now, the more remote the Tongya continent was, and the thinner the spiritual energy in the mountains and rivers, the less trouble it would attract in troubled times. Many small countries in the corner, even if there were a few so-called immortals in the mountains who could be considered well-informed, would have long wanted to take a mountain with them and run away. How could they care about others? After ascending the mountains to cultivate, what should be broken would have been broken long ago. They would easily travel far away, enjoying the sunset and drinking wine. Why would they have so many worries? If it wasn't for the fact that she liked to travel far away and wasn't greedy for military merits, natural treasures, and feng shui treasures, perhaps the people of Yongning County would have to wait a few decades before they could meet an outsider like her. She came from a faraway place, but she wasn't an outsider. After eating the persimmon, she picked up a tree branch and stood up. She leaned against the boundary stone, crossed her legs, and gently scraped off the dirt on the soles of her shoes. Previously, outside the Confucian temple in the county town, there was an official with a group of Confucian scholars chanting, plowing, and weaving to avoid the wind and rain, probably because it was frost. The descendants of I'm so hasty, anyway, she couldn't understand them. She only learned some of the great and elegant language. Other than that, she couldn't speak or understand the language of the Tongya continent. She didn't know anything about the official languages and dialects of the various countries. She only saw the group of people who had become officials and those who had not yet become officials gathering together to do something for the people. It was quite a scene. However, wasn't the person in the official's robe a little too fat? His face was flushed, and even his neck was almost invisible. Shouldn't all scholars be as thin as Mr. Zhou? There was a group of children who were playing around on their childhood horses. They were playing house as they carried the palanquin to get married. Previously, when they saw the woman standing beside the rock, the children only glanced at her a few times and ignored her. The woman looked unfamiliar and wasn't pretty. She continued to travel alone. Following the traces of the movement of spiritual qi, she finally saw an immortal sect. It was a small sect and was not common in the Tongya continent. However, the cultivators on the mountain seemed to have gone out, so she did not pay them a visit. In the end, hundreds of miles away, between two mountains, there was a vast mountain fog that flowed slowly like a stream. Between the mountain peaks, there were immortal qi cultivators who had set up a huge net with spells to catch a type of bird. It was as if they were catching fish at the foot of the mountain and chasing the fish into the net. A few qi cultivators who could control the wind kept scaring the flock of birds. Some cultivators of the lower 5 states who could not control the wind kept flying in the mountains, making noises and deliberately startling the birds. The cotton-clothed woman sat on a branch of a low mountain and watched this scene quietly. It seemed that after the wasteland reached the Tongya continent, the scene was similar. There were constantly startled birds flying in the sky and crashing into the big net. It was just that she didn't know if those immortals on the mountain who saw the rulers below as puppets would turn to envy these lowly ants at the foot of the mountain in her eyes when they were about to die. They probably couldn't care less. In the moment of life and death, even those who had attained the Tao would probably be confused. She suddenly wanted to find someone to chat with. She didn't expect that they could speak the language of the wasteland, but at least they could speak the language of the central divine continent. It wasn't easy to find them now. The city god temple and the mountain shrine in the small places were useless. They definitely only knew the language of the Tongya continent. It was a pity that those Confucian scholars of the academy had either died on the battlefield or retreated to the Jade sect and the Tongya sect. The 5 mountain lords of the great dynasties were definitely dead. The disciples of the Shang clan were even more slippery. Their ability to earn money and hide was too good. It was hard to catch them. As for the cultivators of the upper 5 realms, she was fortunate enough to meet one previously. He was hiding in the deep mountains and had yet to establish his own sect. He was probably the so-called hermit of the vast world. When she met him, she ignored him. It was mainly because she was too lazy to fight him. Previously, she went to a medium-sized immortal residence. There were Jean Dan and nascent Soul Earth immortals overseeing it. They didn't have a pleasant conversation and she killed each of them with a punch. Not bad. When she just came ashore, there was a pure Jade Realm cultivator whose name she forgot to ask. Wasn't he also killed with a punch? Several young men and women of the lower 5 realms slowly descended the mountain in her vision. There was a female immortal master holding a chrysanthemum that had just been plucked. Frost had killed hundreds of flowers, and only this grass was flourishing. The cotton-clothed woman placed her hands on a tree branch. She wasn't interested in the female immortal masters. She was more interested in the chrysanthemums. Her thoughts drifted away. She heard that there was a place called the Blessed Land of 100 Flowers in the vast world. Among the deities of 100 Flowers, it seemed that this flower had a very high position. It had many elegant names, and they were all very pleasant to the ears. Frost Pistil, Smiling Flower Gold. As for Sun Essence and Zhou, they were a little strange. The cotton-clothed woman preferred these messy things. When she was cultivating in her hometown, she always felt that there were too many interesting things in the vast world. Therefore, she had to come here to take a look. As for the fighting and killing, it didn't mean much to her. The reason why she had returned to the human world from the wasteland and came to the Tongya continent was because the sovereign demon, the Lotus Nunnery Master, was killed by Dong Sanjing's sword. After all, to a certain extent, she and the Lotus Nunnery Master were neighbors. Of course, they were neighbors, but they were actually very far apart. In the wasteland, there were 3 moons hanging in the sky. However, the moons were only close to each other. Occasionally, only the one called Yao Jia would drop by her house. Men and women walked in the mountains. Some said that the autumn clouds did not fall into the water on that moonlit night. Fire burned the cold mountain stream and pine trees into ashes. Then, there were poems sung by others. Some were from books, and some were from their own stomachs. The cotton-clothed woman couldn't understand anything. She was a little annoyed. In the past, she would have tolerated it. She was just a passerby on the way here. However, when she wanted to find someone to chat with, she was a little annoyed. She habitually reached out her hands and slapped her cheeks. Her movements were not small and attracted the attention of the young immortal masters who had sharp ears and eyes. Some of them looked at her unkindly. Some saw her as a thief, and some disliked her for being ugly. There were also those who looked at her as if she was a bird in a net. She hated it the most. However, when she saw a round-faced little girl staring at her curiously, the cotton-clothed woman grinned. She was in a good mood. She couldn't speak, so she raised her arm and waved at the little girl as a greeting. The little girl hurriedly waved at the unfamiliar elder sister. Then, when her senior brothers and sisters looked at her, she immediately put her hands behind her back and looked up at the sky. The cotton-clothed woman smiled. A round-faced girl was the cutest. In the end, the group of people didn't say anything. They didn't know that they had taken a turn at the gates of hell and went back to the mountain. The cotton-clothed woman was still holding the branch with her hands. She smiled and said, "Are you Jiang Shangjin?" A man stood on a treetop. He smiled and nodded. "Miss Qiyu has a round face and is very beautiful. So I changed my mind." The cotton-clothed woman was still looking into the distance. She said, "I'm not someone you can kill just because you want to." Jiang Shangjin sat beside her and accompanied her to wait for the moonlight to come to the human world. He asked, "Have you seen Chen Pingon?" She thought for a moment. "I've seen him once. He's not as good-looking as you." Jiang Shangjin laughed. "No such thing. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.